The hour grows late, and the shadows lengthen, don't they? Welcome, brave souls, to Night Creepypasta Rules, where the silence of your room is about to be violated. Each week, we unearth the most unsettling, the most exquisitely terrifying tales, those whispers that slither from the darkest corners of the human psyche. Before we begin our descent, I must ask, what unseen things do you believe stir when the world sleeps? Let your theories crawl into the comments below, and if you find a perverse comfort in the chill that's about to embrace you, ensure you subscribe and ring that damnable bell. Tonight, my friends, we have a vintage horror, a truly magnificent piece of dread. Steel your nerves, for the twist lurking at the end of this particular abyss is deliciously cruel. Don't you dare look away. The roads in Alaska at night don't just get dark, they devour light, leaving this Klondike wayfarer bus, a solitary firefly trapped in an endless inkwell. And every groan of metal seemed to whisper stories I actively tried to suppress. My breath fogged the windshield of bus number 7. A second layer of mist against the Alaskan chill had already swallowed everything beyond the reach of the headlamps, and I wondered idly if this was how Marcus, my old station captain, had felt before the inferno swallowed him too. The memory, sharp and hot, was a constant unwelcome passenger. My name is Rowan McLeod, ex-firefighter, current insomniac. The vast, indifferent emptiness of Alaska was supposed to be a balm, a quiet penance for the flames I couldn't outrun, for the men I couldn't save. Instead, the silence here had its own teeth, its own peculiar kind of screaming. The pay for driving these graveyard routes for a barely known outfit like Klondike Wayfarer was surprisingly decent, enough to keep the wolves from my door, both literal and metaphorical. For now, the dispatcher's office was a drafty, prefab hut smelling of stale coffee and desperation. No smiling faces, no HR department, just a laminated schedule, a set of keys thrust into my hand by a stoic elderly woman who barely looked up from her crossword, and a battered leather-bound notebook. Previous driver left this, she'd grunted, said it might be helpful. He quit. Zudden. The bus itself was old, a lumbering beast that smelled of diesel, damp wool, and countless unseen journeys. It was clean though, almost unnervingly so. As I settled into the driver's seat, the worn leather of the notebook felt cool beneath my fingers. Inside, the handwriting was erratic, spidery, with certain phrases circled in faded red ink. 3 phrases specifically under the underlined heading: rules, non-negotiable, for your sanity if nothing else. My first passenger was already waiting at the unlit stop, just outside town, a silhouette against the bruised twilight. Corbin Vance. He introduced himself with an easy smile and a firm handshake, his eyes keenly observant, taking in the bus, me, the notebook I just placed on the dash. He claimed to be a writer, researching local Alaskan folklore for a new book. Heard this Klondike route has its share of character, he'd said, a little too brightly. Another figure emerged from the gloom. Alara Hayes, younger, with a serious face and a backpack overflowing with what looked like research materials. She nodded curtly, an air of preoccupied academic focus about her, and settled into a seat near the front, immediately engrossed in a thick, annotated volume. Further back, already occupying a corner seat as if he'd materialized there, sat an older man, weathered and wiry, his face a roadmap of Alaskan winters. His name, according to the manifesto, was Ezra Gristhorne. He just stared out the window, unmoving. As I pulled away from the stop, the bus groaning in protest, I flipped open the old notebook again. The first rule stared back at me. Don't open the door for knocks after midnight. Nothing's there, just a local superstition, I told myself. This wasn't a wildfire. This was just a road. But beneath the dashboard, barely visible in the dim cabin light, I noticed a small tarnished metal plate, etched with a strange, spiraling symbol I didn't recognize. A faint, almost imperceptible thrum seemed to emanate from it. The first few hours unfolded in a monotonous rhythm of winding roads, the dark teeth of the spruce forest pressing in on either side, and the occasional, spectral dance of the aurora borealis painting the vast, indifferent sky. Corbin Vance, true to his writerly persona, occasionally tried to draw me into conversation, asking about any unusual experiences on the route. I kept my answers short, non-committal. Elara Hayes remained engrossed in her books, occasionally making notes with a frown of concentration. Grizz Thorne hadn't moved a muscle, a silent, brooding fixture in the back. It was well past midnight, the bus deep in a stretch of uninhabited wilderness between two distant pinpoint settlements when it happened. A series of sharp, distinct knocks on the main door. 3 quick raps. Tap, tap, tap. There was no scheduled stop. No lights, no buildings, nothing but the infinite, snow-dusted emptiness outside. My hand instinctively moved towards the door lever. Wouldn't do that if I were you, driver. Grizz Thorne's voice, gravelly and low, startled me. It was the first time he'd spoken. I looked in the rearview mirror. Elara had looked up, a flicker of unease in her eyes. Corbin was leaning forward, an almost predatory glint of interest on his face. Don't open the door for knocks after midnight. Nothing's there. The rule from the notebook. The knocking came again, louder this time, more insistent, almost desperate. A primal urge, firefighter's instinct, and an outbreak from. Someone could be out there, injured, freezing. Just the wind playing tricks, son, Grizz rasped. Or something a whole lot less friendly than the wind happens on this stretch. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the lever. The knocks came a third time, frantic now, followed by a sound like fingernails scraping across the glass. A cold dread, sharp and unwelcome, prickled my skin. With a conscious effort, I pulled my hand back, gripped the wheel tighter, and kept driving. The sounds abruptly ceased. An unnerving, absolute silence descended, broken only by the engine's hum. It felt colder in the bus now, significantly colder. A few minutes later, Elara Hayes cleared her throat. Mr. McLeod, she began, her voice carefully neutral. Legend in some of the Athabascan communities speaks of travelers between worlds who test the boundaries on nights like these. They say acknowledging them, even through a closed door, can invite attention. She looked pointedly at Corbin, who was scribbling furiously in his own notebook, a small, satisfied smile playing on his lips. As I glanced at the side mirror to check the road, just for a second, I thought I saw it. A tall, impossibly thin shadow figure, standing at the edge of the spruce line where the knocking had occurred. It wasn't human. It was too elongated, its limbs too spidery. Then it was gone, swallowed by the darkness or a trick of the tired eye. But the faint scent of wood smoke, the very smell that haunted my nightmares of the wildfire, drifted through the cabin, sharp and acrid. The incident with the knocking left a palpable tension in the air. Corbin Vance seemed almost energized by it, his questions becoming more pointed, his gaze more intense. Elara Hayes retreated further into her research, though I caught her glancing nervously towards the windows more than once. Grizz Thorne remained impassive, a granite statue in the dim light. My own unease grew, the words from the old notebook feeling less like superstition and more like hard-won, bitter experience. The bus hummed along, the only sounds the engine, the tires on the frozen road, and the occasional rustle of Corbin's notes. After dropping off a silent miner at a desolate turnoff marked only by a leaning wooden sign, I checked the large rearview mirror above the windshield, a routine habit. It reflected an empty bus, completely, utterly empty. The seats behind me where Alara and Grizz and even Corbin should have been, were vacant, stark, in the faint glow of the interior lights. My heart leaped into my throat. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. They couldn't have all gotten off without me noticing. If the mirrors reflect no passengers, don't check the seats. Rule number 2. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to visually confirm, to dispel this terrifying illusion. The journalist in Corbin would have demanded proof. The academic in Alara would have sought a rational explanation. The part of me that was still a firefighter, responsible for lives, felt an urgent, nauseating need to account for my passengers. Gritstone's voice, low and calm, cut through my rising panic, though he hadn't appeared to move or even open his eyes. Mirrors lie on this road, driver, especially when the stillness starts to breathe. Trust what you know, not what you think you see. I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white. My breath hitched. The stillness. Was that what the old driver had called it? I forced myself to keep my eyes on the road ahead. The swirling patterns of snow in the headlights. The urge to look back, to check the seats, was almost overwhelming. Several agonizing minutes passed, then compelled. I risked another quick glance at the mirror. Alara Hayes was there, her head bent over a book, a pencil tucked behind her ear. Grizz Thorne was slumped in his usual corner, seemingly asleep. Corbin Vance was still a few rows back, watching me with an unreadable expression. It was as if nothing had happened, but Alara, without looking up, said softly, "The Inupiaq elders speak of soul catchers that can steal reflections, or show you the emptiness they wish to fill. It's best not to engage." Later, when the bus was briefly stopped at a lonely automated fueling station, I found the previous driver's notebook again. Tucked into a back pocket, I found a newer, more frantic entry scrawled on a loose piece of paper. "Mirrors are windows. They show what it wants you to see. Vance. He keeps asking questions, pushing. He knows more than he lets on. Listen to the old man. The woman. She might understand the symbols." Then a chilling sentence. "This road took Marcus. Vance was with him. I'm sure of it. Marcus, my station captain." How? Another wave of cold dread washed over me. What had Corbin Vance been doing with Marcus, my Marcus, on this godforsaken road? The revelation about Marcus and Corbin Vance hit me like a physical blow. My hands tightened on the wheel, my mind reeling. Vance, with his easy smiles and academic curiosity, had been with Marcus on this route. The implications were sickening. I found myself studying him in the rearview mirror, searching for any sign, any flicker of guilt or knowledge in his eyes. He met my gaze evenly, offering a bland, writerly smile. The further we drove into the Alaskan interior, the more the landscape seemed to press in, vast and ancient and utterly indifferent to human concerns. The sky, when clear, was a riot of stars, cold and distant. The aurora borealis, which Corbin had been eagerly anticipating, began to flare, painting the heavens in ghostly ribbons of green and violet. It was beautiful, but there was an unsettling quality to its light tonight, a restless, almost sentient energy. Alara Hayes, increasingly agitated, was now frequently consulting a complex astronomical chart and what looked like a magnetometer. "There's significant geomagnetic activity tonight, Mr. McLeod," she said, her voice tight. "More than predicted. Some old texts correlate these intense auroral displays with temporal instability. Thin places, they called them. It was during one such intense auroral display, the light outside pulsing like a giant cosmic heartbeat, that the third rule came calling. We were on a long, straight stretch of road, miles from any known turnoff or settlement. Suddenly, with a jarring hiss of pneumatics, the main passenger door and the rear emergency exit of the bus swung wide open. A blast of frigid air, carrying the scent of ozone and something else, something ancient and metallic, like old blood on frozen earth, whipped through the cabin. When the bus doors open on their own, don't stop. It's not for you. My foot hovered over the brake. Every instinct screamed to stop, to secure the doors, to ensure no one fell out. But the rule and Grizz Thorne's earlier pronouncements echoed in my mind. "Keep driving, McLeod," Elara shouted from behind me, her voice strained. "Whatever you do, don't stop." Corbin Vance, however, was on his feet, a handheld recording device in his hand. His face illuminated by the eerie green glow from outside, an expression of rapt, almost feverish excitement on his features. "Incredible!" he breathed, moving towards the open doorway. "The energy readings are off the charts. This is it. This has to be it. Vance, get back!" I yelled, fighting to honor Keepypasta steady. From outside, carried on the whistling wind, came a sound. Not a voice exactly, but a chorus of whispers, faint and multi-layered, seeming to beckon, to promise something. Knowledge? Escape? Oblivion? It was impossible to tell. Grizz Thorne had his eyes squeezed shut, his hands gripping the seat in front of him, muttering what sounded like a prayer or an incantation in a language I didn't recognize. With a surge of adrenaline, I stomped on the accelerator. The old bus roared in protest, lurching forward. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few hundred yards, the doors, with another violent hiss, slammed shut of their own accord, sealing us back into our rattling metal coffin. The whispering ceased. The intense pressure in the air diminished slightly. Corbin Vance looked disappointed, almost angry. "You shouldn't have done that, McLeod," he said, his voice losing its friendly veneer, replaced by a cold, hard edge. We were on the verge of a breakthrough. Later, when things had quieted, Elara leaned forward, her face pale, but her eyes bright with a mixture of fear and intellectual curiosity. That whispering. Some of the oldest stories from the Tynet and Haida people speak of passage songs from the Sai, the spirit world. They say these songs can open doorways between realms, but only for those who are invited, or those foolish enough to listen too closely. She looked pointedly at Corbin, or those who try to force the doors open. Grizz Thorne, who I thought had been asleep, opened one eye. "Some doors, once opened," he rumbled, his voice like stones grinding together, "ain't so easy to close again. And what comes through ain't always looking to go back." He then fixed his gaze on Corbin Vance, and some folks who chase ghosts end up becoming them. The old man's words hung in the frigid air, a chilling prophecy. The aurora borealis, moments before a breathtaking spectacle, now writhed across the sky with a manic, unnatural intensity. The vibrant greens and violets pulsed like exposed nerves, casting the desolate Alaskan landscape in flickering, spectral hues. Elara Hayes, hunched over her instruments, confirmed Rowan's disquieting premonition. "The geomagnetic storm is peaking," she announced, her voice tight with a mixture of scientific awe and dawning terror. "The field is unstable, highly unstable." The old texts, they warned about times like these, when the fabric of things thins out. Almost immediately, the bus began to protest. Lights flickered and died, plunging them into near total darkness, save for the ghostly glow of the aurora and the weak emergency lamps. The engine coughed, sputtered, and threatened to stall, its usual rhythmic growl replaced by a sick, lurching cough. The radio, long silent, crackled to life, spewing not static, but a cacophony of distorted voices, news reports from decades past, snatches of old songs, and then, chillingly, a strained, terrified voice Rowan recognized with a jolt that went straight to his heart. Marcus, his captain. "It's everywhere. God, the fire. It's everywhere." Followed by a prolonged, agonizing scream that was abruptly cut off. Rowan's breath hitched. The air in the bus grew impossibly cold. The metallic tang of old blood, the scent of burning pine from his nightmares, now thick and cloying. The stillness, Grizz Thorn rasped from the back, his voice a low growl. It's awake, and it's hungry. The road ahead seemed to warp and twist. The familiar spruce trees lining the highway dissolved into grotesque, shifting shapes, then vanished entirely, replaced by an endless, featureless plain bathed in the aurora's sick light. Rowan fought the wheel, but the bus seemed to have a mind of its own, or rather, no mind at all. Simply drifting into the unsettling landscape. Time itself felt distorted. The dashboard clock first spun wildly, then froze. A low, guttural knocking erupted from all sides of the bus. The windows, the roof, the floor beneath their feet. A relentless, deafening barrage. The rear-view mirror showed not an empty bus, nor their terrified reflections, but an impossible, swirling vortex of colors, like looking into the heart of a fractured nebula. The doors, front and back, flew open with a violent hydraulic scream. The whispering chorus from outside now, an overwhelming, multi-layered torrent of sound. Pleas, threats, promises, the voices of the dead and the never-born, all vying foreign. Attention. Bonsoir. Passengers, the few silent miners and bundled-up locals who had been on board began to scream, or worse, to stare blankly ahead, their eyes wide and unseeing, some reaching out towards the open doorways as if beckoned by invisible callers. It was Corbin Vance who broke the horrified paralysis. His face, illuminated by the pulsing aurora, was a mask of ecstatic, almost religious fervor. He was no longer just observing, he seemed to be reveling in the chaos. Yes, this is it. The convergence. The veil is torn. He fumbled with a complex-looking device from his bag, a metallic cylinder covered in strange antennae and glowing dials. The previous driver was too timid. He fought it, but you, McLeod, with your trauma, your receptivity, you're the perfect conduit. Vance, you maniac. What are you doing? Alara screamed, trying to pull a dazed miner back from an open door. Documenting truth, Corbin yelled back, his voice cracking with excitement. He aimed the device towards the swirling chaos outside, capturing the essence of the liminal, my masterpiece. He then deliberately, shockingly, shoved one of the catatonic miners, a young man Rowan had shared a brief friendly nod with earlier, towards the open rear door. The man tumbled out into the writhing, light-filled void with a barely audible cry, vanishing instantly. He was an acceptable loss for a clear signal. Corbin cackled, adjusting a dial on his device. The resonances are purer now. Rowan saw red. The image of the falling miner, the memory of Marcus's screams, Corbin's callous disregard for life. It all coalesced into a burning, righteous fury that momentarily eclipsed his own PTSD. This wasn't a wildfire he couldn't fight. This was a monster in human form. He slammed on the brakes, the bus skidding wildly on the non-existent road, ignoring the cacophony of the stillness, leaving Grizz and Alara to try and secure the terrified passengers. Rowan lunged from his seat towards Corbin Vance. The confined space of the bus became a battleground, the spectral light of the aurora illuminating their desperate struggle, while outside the Stygian passage yawned, eager to claim them all. The fight with Corbin Vance was brutal and desperate. He was surprisingly strong, fueled by a manic energy, his eyes blazing with the fervor of a zealot. Rowan drawing on reserves he didn't know he possessed, a grim echo of his firefighting days, slammed Vance against the shuddering side of the bus. The rider's strange device clattered to the floor, its lights flickering erratically. The whispers outside seemed to intensify, as if enraged by the interruption of their show. Alara, having managed to pull another dazed passenger back from the brink, screamed at Rowan. The notebook, the symbols. There's something about a focal point. A disruption. Rowan's mind, amidst the chaos, flashed back to the spiraling symbol etched on the metal plate beneath the dashboard, and Gristhorn, his face a mask of grim determination, was now chanting in a low, rhythmic drone in what Alara later identified as an ancient Koyukon dialect, his hands pressed against one of the bus windows that seemed to ripple like water. Thinking fast, Rowan wrestled Corbin away from the driver's seat, kicking the rider's device further into the shadows. He threw himself back behind the wheel. The road ahead was still a swirling miasma of impossible colors and distorted landscapes. Focal point. Disruption. The words from the previous driver's notebook. Follow the true north, not the trickster light. The old star knows the way when the world turns inside out. Suddenly made a desperate kind of sense. Ignoring the GPS, which was displaying nonsense, Rowan strained his eyes, searching the chaotic sky. The aurora was a distraction, a lie. But there, faint and steady, almost lost in the lurid glow, was Polaris, the North Star. He wrenched the wheel, aiming the nose of the shuddering bus towards that single, unwavering point of light. The bus roared, or perhaps it was the stillness itself roaring in protest. The whispers reached a fever pitch, pounding against his skull. Images of the wildfire, of Marcus' burning face, flashed before his eyes, more vivid, more terrifying than ever. But this time, there was something else too. A cold, hard core of defiance. He would not break. Not again. Slowly, agonizingly, as he held his course true to the North Star, the landscape outside began to coalesce. The swirling colors started to recede, the featureless plain resolving back into the familiar, if menacing, shapes of spruce trees and snow-covered tundra. The cacophony of whispers lessened. The knocking faded. The doors, with a final shudder, slammed shut on their own. When Rowan dared to look in the rearview mirror, it showed only the pale, terrified faces of Alara, Grizz, and the few remaining passengers. Corbin Vance lay slumped in a heap, either unconscious or too shocked to move, his face streaked with blood and an expression of utter disbelief. They had broken through, or perhaps the shifting stillness had simply let them go. The rest of the journey to the next small settlement, a mining outpost called Terminus Creek, was made in a heavy, traumatized silence. The aurora still danced, but it was a calmer, more natural display. The road was just a road, but no one on that bus would ever see it. Or the Alaskan night. The same way again. When they finally pulled into the dim lights of Terminus Creek, Grizz Thorn was the first to speak. "Some paths," he said, his voice ragged, "are best left unwalked, and some stillness is best left undisturbed." He looked directly at Rowan. "You drove well, son. Kept your head when the sky was falling." Alara, though visibly shaken, was already documenting everything she could remember, her scientific curiosity battling her terror. The interaction between the intense geomagnetic activity and something else, something localized. It created a temporary rupture in perceived reality, she murmured, more to herself than anyone else. Vance, he wasn't just observing, he was trying to widen it. Corbin Vance was handed over to the bewildered local constable, along with a fragmented, barely coherent account of assault and endangerment. His strange device was confiscated. Whether any real justice would come of it, in this remote corner of the world, remained to be seen. Weeks turned into months. Rowan McLeod quit Klondike Wayfarer the day after the Terminus Creek incident. As the sparse official report vaguely termed it, he couldn't face another night on those roads. Couldn't unhear the whispers. Couldn't unsee the void that had yawned open before them. He tried to settle in a small coastal town. The rhythmic crash of waves, a welcome change from the oppressive silence of the interior. But the Alaskan darkness had left its mark, etched not just in his memory, but in his very soul. The nightmares of the wildfire were now interwoven with images of swirling auroras, bottomless voids, and the ecstatic mad grin of Corbin Vance. Sleep offered little respite. Grizz Thorne had vanished back into the woodwork of whatever remote cabin or trapline he called home, leaving Rowan with only that gruff, parting acknowledgement. Elara Hayes, true to her academic nature, eventually published a tentative, heavily theorized paper in an obscure journal on anomalous spatiotemporal perception in geomagnetically active boreal regions based on anecdotal accounts. It was met with skepticism and polite dismissal from the wider scientific community. There was no replicable data, only fragmented testimonies from traumatized individuals. The news about Corbin Vance was equally unsatisfying. He was eventually released due to lack of concrete evidence of anything beyond a public disturbance. His recording device, when examined, contained only hours of corrupted files and deafening static. But a few months later, a small news item surfaced online. An independent documentary filmmaker, previously known for sensationalist paranormal investigations, had gone missing while attempting a solo expedition into a notoriously remote and geologically unstable region of the Siberian taiga, an area rumored by locals to have similar thin places. The article included a grainy photo. It was unmistakably Corbin Vance, a wild, obsessive gleam in his eyes. He had found a new Stygian passage to explore. Rowan tried to find peace. He volunteered at a local animal shelter, the quiet companionship of the rescued creatures a small comfort. And yet, the scars remained. Sometimes, on nights when the aurora was visible, even that far south, a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer on the horizon, he would feel a familiar cold dread, a sense of the world tilting on its axis. The rhythmic hum of the refrigerator could, in certain moments, sound like the distant rumble of bus number 7. A sudden, sharp knock on his door after midnight would send his heart leaping into his throat, even if it was just the wind. One evening, sorting through a box of Marcus's old belongings his widow had finally given him, Rowan found a small, tarnished silver locket. Inside, instead of a photograph, was a tiny, intricately folded piece of paper. On it, in Marcus's familiar handwriting, was a single spiraling symbol, identical to the one on the metal plate beneath the dashboard of the Klondike Wayfarer bus. Below it, one cryptic sentence: "The path is a circle. The fire always returns. Look to the stillness, R.R. Rowan." The Stygian passage hadn't just been a random horror. Somehow Marcus had known. About the road, about the stillness, perhaps even about his own protégé's eventual terrible journey. The path was a circle. Was this a warning, a premonition, or an invitation to understand something far deeper, far more ancient than he could comprehend? Rowan looked out at the dark Alaskan night beyond his window. The aurora was faintly visible, a ghostly ribbon in the sky. The old bus, the whispers, the void, they were still out there. And a cold, unsettling thought began to form. Perhaps some passages, once traversed, could never truly be left behind. Perhaps the shifting stillness wasn't just a place, but a state of being, a resonance that, once tuned into, would echo within you forever. And the fire always returns. Some schools don't just teach history, they live it. Welcome to Blackwood Academy, a place nestled deep in the woods of upstate New York, where the curriculum includes lessons in dread. My name is Mason Reed, and I came here seeking quiet, a refuge from my own ghosts. Instead, I found myself investigating a missing student and living by 3 strange rules just to survive the secrets within these ivy-clad walls. What's the creepiest building you've ever been inside? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to enter Blackwood Academy after dark, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because here, the music, it wants a voice. Let the lesson begin. The silence in Blackwood Academy's famed recital hall wasn't just an absence of sound. It was a heavy velvet curtain, embroidered with the ghosts of unfinished melodies, and the lingering scent of old roses, and something akin to chilled marble. It settled around me, cool and expectant, as I stood in the cavernous space, a newcomer to these hallowed, and I was beginning to suspect haunted grounds, my own ghosts, the ones I'd carried from a life shattered by sudden, senseless loss. My younger sister, Sarah, her laughter still a painful echo, seemed to find a grim kinship here. My name is Mason Reed, 32 years old, an English literature teacher seeking refuge, or perhaps just a Sisyphus's distraction, in the remote, ivy-clad grandeur of Blackwood Academy, upstate New York. The ink was barely dry on my contract when the first discordant note was struck. Lily Chen, a promising music scholar, had vanished. Disappeared from her dorm room without a trace 2 days prior. Principal Richard Blackwood, a man whose tailored suit and air of weary authority seemed as much a part of the Academy's Gothic architecture as the gargoyles, downplayed it with a practiced ease. "Lily is a sensitive girl, Mr. Reed," he'd said, his voice smooth, but his eyes betraying a flicker of something else. Annoyance. Or was it fear? Highly strung. Students, especially artistic ones, can be impulsive. "I'm sure she'll turn up." His reassurances felt as hollow as the echoing hallways. My first official encounter with the music wing introduced me to Dr. Victoria Hayes. She was the current maestro of Blackwood's renowned music program, a woman whose passion for her subject was palpable, almost feverish. Her smile was warm, her concern for Lily seemingly genuine. "Lily," she'd sighed, her hand briefly touching the polished fallboard of the immense grand piano that dominated the recital hall. Such prodigious talent, a true vessel for the music. It was an odd turn of phrase. She spoke of Cecilia Frost, a former Blackwood prodigy from the 1920s, with a hushed reverence, calling her a tragic genius, whose melodies were touched by something beyond our understanding. The way she lingered on the word touched sent a faint shiver down my spine. Later that day, while helping sort through Lily Chen's belongings from her dormitory room, a task Blackwood had reluctantly assigned me, hoping an outsider's perspective might notice something the staff had missed, I found her abandoned backpack tossed carelessly on a chair. Inside, amidst textbooks and a half-eaten chocolate bar, was a worn, dog-eared copy of sheet music. It wasn't printed. It was meticulously handwritten, the notes like frantic black spiders crawling across the staves. The title, penned in an elegant spidery script, read, "Cecilia's Lament, Unfinished." That evening, after the last of the students had retreated to their dorms, and a heavy, unnatural stillness had descended upon Blackwood, I found myself drawn back to the music wing. The corridors were shadowy, the air thick with the scent of old wood, lemon polish, and those ever-present phantom roses. As I passed the locked recital hall, a single, clear piano key struck from within. Plaintive, mournful, impossibly distinct. Impossibly distinct. I froze, every nerve on edge. I knew the hall was empty, locked. The sound was not repeated, but the scent of roses, stronger now, almost cloying, seemed to curl around me like a cold caress. My unspoken, self-appointed investigation into Lily Chen's disappearance began the next day, fueled by a gnawing unease and the echoes of my own unresolved grief. Lily, from what I could gather, was quiet, dedicated, not the type for impulsive flights of fancy. I spoke to her classmates. Most offered nervous, tight-lipped responses, their eyes darting towards the imposing doors of the music wing, as if it were a mausoleum. The name Cecilia Frost was whispered not spoken. It was Emma Sanders, a bright, perceptive senior in my modern literature class, who finally offered something more than fearful silence. She approached me after class, her expression a mixture of caution and a desperate need to confide. "Mr. Reed," she began, her voice low, "about Lily and the music room. There are things, stories, rules the students have, unofficial ones." Her gaze flickered towards the music wing. "Things the teachers don't talk about." She alluded to the first rule, her voice barely a whisper. "They say you should never, ever try to play Cecilia Frost's music, especially not her music." She gestured towards the copy of Cecilia's Lament I'd inadvertently left visible on my desk. It calls things." Her warning proved prophetic. The following afternoon, a younger student, a boy named Kevin, driven by a mixture of bravado and morbid curiosity after overhearing hushed rumors, slipped into a vacant practice room. Emma and I, by chance, were in the adjacent corridor discussing a Faulkner passage. We heard the hesitant, fumbling notes begin. The opening bars of Cecilia's Lament, unmistakably. Then it started, a faint sigh, like wind through a broken window pane, quickly escalating into a series of thin, agonized wails that seemed to emanate not from any specific instrument, but from the very walls of the music room itself. The temperature in the corridor plummeted. An icy draft swept through, carrying that cloying scent of roses and something else, something faintly, sickeningly metallic. Kevin burst from the practice room, his face chalk white, babbling incoherently about screaming in the piano. He fled, leaving the practice room door swinging ajar. Dr. Hayes, who appeared as if from nowhere, her composure impeccable, calmly dismissed the incident. "The old building's pipes, Mr. Reed," she'd said with a thin smile, though her eyes were unusually bright, or perhaps just the wind finding its way through the eaves. "This academy has a wonderfully dramatic acoustic." Her explanation felt as false as her smile. My observations of Dr. Hayes grew more focused. She possessed an almost obsessive drive to locate any surviving original scores, or even fragments of compositions attributed to Cecilia Frost. She spoke with an unnerving intensity about students who displayed a unique spiritual attunement to complex, melancholic, or ethereally inspired music. Lily Chen, I learned, had been Hayes's prized pupil, one she believed was on the cusp of channeling something truly profound. Later, delving into the Academy's dusty archives in the library's restricted section, I found an old, leather-bound volume of Blackwood student newspapers from the 1920s. An article from spring 1927 lauded Miss Cecilia Frost's brilliant and moving debut recital. Just a few weeks later, tucked away on a back page, was a terse, almost curt announcement. "Miss Cecilia Frost has withdrawn from Blackwood Academy due to an unforeseen illness. We wish her a swift recovery. No further mentions. No obituary. No further mentions. No obituary." It was as if she had simply ceased to exist. The photograph accompanying her debut article was faded, but her eyes, dark and enormous, seemed to hold a premature sadness, and the edges of the newsprint around her image were unnaturally dark, almost as if they'd been deliberately singed. The incident with the knocking left a palpable tension in the air. Corbin Vance seemed almost energized by it, his questions becoming more pointed, his gaze more intense. Elara Hayes retreated further into her research, though I caught her glancing nervously towards the windows more than once. Gristhorne remained impassive, a granite statue in the dim light. My own unease grew, the words from the old notebook feeling less like superstition and more like hard-won, bitter experience. The bus hummed along, the only sounds the engine, the tires on the frozen road, and the occasional rustle of Corbin's notes. After dropping off a silent miner at a desolate turnoff marked only by a leaning wooden sign, I checked the large rearview mirror above the windshield, a routine habit. It reflected an empty bus, Completely, utterly empty. The seats behind me, where Alara and Grizz and even Corbin should have been, were vacant, stark, in the faint glow of the interior lights. My heart leaped into my throat. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. They couldn't have all gotten off without me noticing. If the mirrors reflect no passengers, don't check the seats. Rule number 2. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to visually confirm, to dispel this terrifying illusion. The journalist in Corbin would have demanded proof. The academic in Alara would have sought a rational explanation. The part of me that was still a firefighter, responsible for lives, felt an urgent, nauseating need to account for my passengers. Gritstone's voice, low and calm, cut through my rising panic, though he hadn't appeared to move or even open his eyes. Mirrors lie on this road, driver, especially when the stillness starts to breathe. Trust what you know, not what you think you see. I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white. My breath hitched. The stillness. Was that what the old driver had called it? I forced myself to keep my eyes on the road ahead. The swirling patterns of snow in the headlights. The urge to look back, to check the seats, was almost overwhelming. Several agonizing minutes passed, then compelled. I risked another quick glance at the mirror. Alara Hayes was there, her head bent over a book, a pencil tucked behind her ear. Grizz Thorne was slumped in his usual corner, seemingly asleep. Corbin Vance was still a few rows back, watching me with an unreadable expression. It was as if nothing had happened, but Alara, without looking up, said softly, "The Inupiaq elders speak of soul catchers that can steal reflections, or show you the emptiness they wish to fill. It's best not to engage." Later, when the bus was briefly stopped at a lonely automated fueling station, I found the previous driver's notebook again. Tucked into a back pocket, I found a newer, more frantic entry scrawled on a loose piece of paper. "Mirrors are windows. They show what it wants you to see. Vance. He keeps asking questions, pushing. He knows more than he lets on. Listen to the old man. The woman. She might understand the symbols." Then a chilling sentence. "This road took Marcus. Vance was with him. I'm sure of it. Marcus, my station captain." How? Another wave of cold dread washed over me. What had Corbin Vance been doing with Marcus, my Marcus, on this godforsaken road? In the adjacent corridor, discussing a Faulkner passage, we heard the hesitant, fumbling notes begin. The opening bars of Cecilia's lament, unmistakably. Then it started. A faint sigh, like wind through a broken window pane, quickly escalating into a series of thin, agonized wails that seemed to emanate not from any specific instrument, but from the very walls of the music room itself. The temperature in the corridor plummeted. An icy draft swept through, carrying that cloying scent of rose. My search for answers led me deeper into Blackwood's shadowed past. With Emma's help navigating the labyrinthine library and its esoteric cataloging system, we unearthed Cecilia Frost's original student records, tucked away in a moldering, forgotten ledger. The notes from her private tutor, a stern German academic named Professor Altdorf, Dr. Hayes' predecessor many times removed, were revealing. He praised Cecilia's once-in-a-generation genius, her preternatural ability to comprehend and execute the most complex passages. But as the entries progressed, a darker tone emerged. Altdorf noted Cecilia's increasing isolation, her periods of intense, almost feverish composition, during which she would lock herself away for days. He wrote of her disturbing preoccupation with what she termed preternatural harmonies and melodies from beyond the veil. His final entry was abrupt, almost panicked. "Cecilia claims the music itself speaks to her. I fear she has delved too deep into waters best left undisturbed. Her latest composition. It is not of this world." Then, silence. No further records. Principal Blackwood, a man whose lineage was as old as the Academy's blighted stones, became aware of my digging. He summoned me to his cavernous, mahogany-paneled office, his smile as thin and brittle as old parchment. "Mr. Reed," he began, his voice a low, warning rumble. "Your dedication to your students is admirable. However, Lily Chen's disappearance is a police matter. Your continued, shall we say, extracurricular investigations are becoming a distraction, stirring up unnecessary anxieties and old tales best left buried." His eyes, usually carefully neutral, held a flicker of something akin to panic. "Blackwood Academy has a reputation to uphold, a legacy. We will not have it tarnished by sensationalist rumors or morbid curiosities." The unspoken threat hung heavy in the air. That night, a fierce thunderstorm, rare for late autumn in upstate New York, descended upon Blackwood. Rain lashed against the Gothic windows. Wind howled through the ancient eaves, and the power flickered, died, then sputtered back to half-life on the emergency generators. I was in the library with Emma, cross-referencing Altdorf's notes with Cecilia's known, and few, published compositions, when a particularly violent clap of thunder shook the building to its foundations, plunging us into momentary darkness. When the emergency lights flickered on, casting long, dancing shadows, Emma gasped and pointed towards the tall, arched windows that overlooked a disused, overgrown rose garden adjacent to the music wing. And there, in the erratic, strobing flashes of lightning, we saw it, a silhouette. Tall, slender, unmistakably female, dressed in what looked like a long, flowing gown from another era. It was dancing, a slow, graceful, achingly melancholic waltz, its movements fluid, ethereal. But where its head should have been, there was only empty space, a void against the storm-racked sky. When her headless silhouette dances, don't watch. She'll take your head. The third rule. Pure, icy terror clamped down on me. Emma stifled a scream, her hand flying to her mouth. We instinctively averted our eyes, stumbling back from the window, hearts hammering in our chests. The scent of roses, impossibly strong, flooded the library, mixed with the smell of damp earth and something else, something indescribably old and cold, and with it, a faint, almost inaudible sound, the delicate rustle of silk, or perhaps the dry, gentle clicking of bones keeping time to an unearthly melody. After what felt like an eternity, we dared to look again. The silhouette was gone. The silhouette was gone. The garden was empty, save for the thrashing branches of the ancient rose bushes. But on the rain-slicked flagstones where it had danced, there were no footprints, no trace that anything or anyone had been there at all. Later, seeking some mundane reassurance, I saw a sliver of light under Principal Blackwood's office door. Hushed, urgent voices drifted out. Blackwood and Dr. Hayes. Their words were indistinct, but the tone was unmistakable. Fear, anger, and a dawning, shared panic. The storm wasn't the only thing raging at Blackwood that night. The next morning, Detective Morgan paid another visit. He was all grim professionalism, but as he was leaving my office, he paused at the door. "Mr. Reed," he said casually, not meeting my eye, "you a fan of local ghost stories? Heard any tales about, say, a woman in white around here? Or maybe a headless musician with a fondness for thunderstorms?" He was no longer just investigating Lily Chen. He was investigating Blackwood Academy, and he was starting to believe something was very, very wrong. The pieces clicked into place with sickening clarity. Lily Chen's diary, which Emma and I found hidden beneath a loose floorboard in her dorm room, a discovery prompted by Emma's knowledge of student hiding spots, was not the journal of a runaway. It was a chronicle of escalating obsession, meticulously detailing her late-night practice sessions, of Cecilia's lament. Lily wrote of strange whispers that seemed to guide her fingers on the piano keys, of dreams filled with discordant melodies and the scent of roses. And then, the more recent, chilling entries. Direct messages from Dr. Victoria Hayes, encouragements to embrace the deeper currents locked within the music, instructions to practice alone in the recital hall, especially during periods of heightened atmospheric energy, a full moon, a coming storm. Tonight's fierce thunderstorm wasn't just a backdrop, it was a goddamn invitation. Dr. Hayes wasn't afraid of Cecilia Frost. She was courting her, or whatever power Cecilia had brushed against. Cecilia's lament, unfinished, unheard for nearly a century, was the key, a psychic conduit. Lily, with her prodigious talent and youthful sensitivity, was to be the amplifier. "She's going to try something tonight, Mason," Emma whispered, her face pale in the dim emergency lighting of the library. "With the storm, she thinks Lily can complete the lament, or become it. We had to find Lily, had to stop Hayes." The recital hall, an ominous certainty, pulled us like a magnet. The air in the music wing was frigid, the scent of roses so thick it was almost a taste, sweet, cloying, and laced with that underlying metallic tang of blood. The doors to the recital hall were ajar. Inside, Dr. Hayes stood before the grand piano, not as a teacher, but as a high priestess before an altar. The storm outside raged, lightning intermittently illuminating the cavernous room. Strange, arcane-looking symbols, once had seen faint tracings of, in Cecilia's most disturbing journal entries, were freshly chalked on the polished wooden floor around the piano. Acoustic resonators and what looked like antique Leyden jars were positioned at precise intervals. Cecilia's lament lay open on the music stand, its spidery notes seeming to writhe in the flickering light, and strapped to a heavy ornate chair dragged to the center of the chalk circle was Lily Chen. She was pale, unresponsive, her eyes wide and vacant, staring at something unseen. Wires thin as spider silk ran from small silver discs attached to her temples towards one of Hayes' strange devices humming softly beside the piano. "Ah, Mr. Reed, Miss Sanders, you're just in time for the overture," Dr. Hayes said, her voice unnervingly calm, her eyes burning with an almost ecstatic light. Cecilia was so close. She touched the void, felt its music, but she was too fragile, too uncontrolled. She stroked the fallboard of the piano. "This instrument, this room, it's a resonator, a focal point. Lily has the purity, the raw talent, to finally bridge the gap, to bring forth the true harmony that eluded even Cecilia." "You're insane, Hayes," I yelled, stepping forward. "What have you done to her?" "Insane," Hayes laughed, a high, brittle sound. "I am on the cusp of true creation. Cecilia didn't just write music, she channeled it, Mr. Reed, from a place beyond our understanding, a place of pure, unadulterated creative energy. That unfinished lament. It's a gateway, and Lily will help us open it fully." She raised her hands as if to begin conducting. "The rules you students whisper about, superstitious nonsense born of fear, the screams, the blood, the dance, mere side effects, the static between stations as one reality tunes into another, harbingers of its power, as if on cue the chalked symbols on the floor began to glow with a faint, sickly green light. The screams started then, not from the walls this time, but from Lily Chen, a low, agonized moan that escalated into a sound of pure, unearthly torment. The piano keys beside her began to weep that viscous crimson ichor, dripping onto the glowing cymbals, and in the far corner of the hall, shadowed and terrible, the headless silhouette of Cecilia Frost began its slow, mesmerizing waltz, its movements perfectly in time with Lily's horrifying aria. Principal Blackwood burst into the hall then, his face a mask of dawning horror. "Victoria, in God's name, what are you doing? I told you to be discreet. Discretion, Richard." Hayes sneered, her face contorted. "This is genius. This is immortality. Something your stagnant bloodline could never comprehend." Detective Morgan followed close behind Blackwood, his service weapon drawn, his face reflecting a mixture of disbelief and grim determination. "Nobody move, Hayes. Step away from the girl." But it was too late. The energy in the room was coiling, tightening. Cecilia's silhouette danced closer, its movements becoming more frantic, more predatory. Lily thrashed in her chair, foam flecking her lips. Dr. Hayes, utterly enraptured, raised her hands to the piano, ready to strike the first chord, to unleash whatever hellish symphony she had conjured. Mason knew, with a bone-chilling certainty, that if those keys were struck, Lily would be lost, and whatever Cecilia had touched would find a new permanent home in Blackwood Academy. The recital hall had become a battleground of warring symphonies. Lily's tortured screams, the unearthly waltz of Cecilia's silhouette, the howling storm outside, and Dr. Hayes' increasingly manic pronouncements of impending artistic transcendence. Mason knew he had to act, and fast. The logic of it was terrifyingly simple. Stop the music. Stop the conduit. Emma, the main power junction for the hall. Mason yelled over the din, remembering a diagram had seen in the school's old blueprints. If we can cut the lights, the equipment. Emma snapped out of her horrified trance by the urgency in his voice, nodded and darted towards a heavy-looking access panel near the stage entrance. Detective Morgan, though clearly out of his depth, began to move cautiously towards Hayes, shouting for her to cease. Principal Blackwood just stood by the doorway, wringing his hands, a man utterly broken by the grotesque reality of his inheritance. Hayes, oblivious or uncaring, reached for the piano. As her fingers hovered over the blood-stained keys, Mason lunged, not for Hayes, but for the stand holding Cecilia's lament. He snatched the handwritten score, its paper cold and unnervingly smooth beneath his fingers, and with a desperate heave, hurled it towards a bank of ornate, unlit candelabras standing near an old velvet curtain. The effect was immediate, but not what he expected. As the ancient paper fluttered towards the candles, Cecilia's headless silhouette shrieked, a soundless, psychic blast of rage and despair that buckled Mason's knees and sent a wave of nausea through the room. The silhouette faltered in its dance, its form flickering. The glowing symbols on the floor dimmed. Dr. Hayes screamed in fury. "No, the score! It's the focus!" She abandoned the piano and scrambled towards the fallen music. At that moment, Emma, with a grunt of effort, wrenched open the panel and pulled down a series of heavy circuit breakers. The main lights in the recital hall, already flickering, died completely, plunging them into near-total darkness, save for the erratic flashes of lightning from outside and the faint dying glow from Hayes' strange devices. The humming from her equipment sputtered and ceased. Cecilia's silhouette wailed again, a thin, fading sound, and then, with a final mournful sigh that seemed to carry the scent of decaying roses across the room, it dissolved into the shadows. The bleeding on the piano keys slowed, then stopped, the crimson looking black and tar-like in the gloom. Lily Chen slumped forward in her chair, silent, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Dr. Hayes, reaching for the fallen score in the darkness, suddenly screamed, a raw, animalistic sound of pure terror. When the next flash of lightning illuminated her, she was clawing at her own face, her eyes wide with an unseeing horror. "The silence," she shrieked. "It's empty. The music. It's gone." She stumbled backwards, tripped over one of her own devices, and fell heavily, striking her head on the edge of the stage. She lay still. Detective Morgan quickly secured Hayes, who offered no resistance, just lay there moaning about lost harmonies and the beautiful silence. Mason and Emma rushed to Lily, gently removing the wires from her temples. Her pulse was weak, her skin clammy, but she was alive. As the storm outside began to subside, a heavy, profound quiet settled over the recital hall. It was not the charged, expectant silence of before, but a true emptiness, the sound of a horror finally, blessedly, stilled. Principal Blackwood, looking 100 years older, sank into a nearby seat, his face buried in his hands. The Blackwood Requiem, it seemed, had reached its final, terrible coda. Weeks later, Blackwood Academy was officially closed for extensive structural repairs and modernization following severe storm damage. The carefully worded press release made no mention of missing students, rogue music teachers, or dancing phantoms. Dr. Victoria Hayes was quietly committed to a private psychiatric facility. Her diagnosis a cocktail of stress-induced psychosis and acute delusion. Lily Chen was recovering at home. Her memories of that night, a merciful, fragmented blur. Though her parents reported she now had an almost fearful aversion to piano music, Emma Zanders, with a resilience that impressed Mason, was applying to colleges far from upstate New York. Mason Reed had resigned from Blackwood Academy the day after the incident. The personal tragedy that had driven him there now seemed to possess a horrifying new companion, a darkness he knew would linger. He returned to his quiet, solitary life, the grand, Gothic halls of Blackwood, replaced by the unassuming anonymity of a small city apartment. He tried to write, to teach, to find a semblance of normalcy. But the scent of old roses, a particular mournful piano chord, a sudden unexplained chill, these things would occasionally ambush him. Stark reminders of the unfinished melodies and silent screams. Detective James Morgan, frustrated by the official stonewalling and the patently absurd explanations, continued his own unofficial investigation. Months later, he contacted Mason. "Old man," he said, his voice tired over the phone. "I dug into Blackwood's family history. Turns out Cecilia Frost wasn't the first musical prodigy to vanish or suffer a tragic illnesses at that academy. It goes back generations, always tied to the music wing, always involving someone with exceptional talent." He paused. "And there are rumors, old ones, about the Blackwood family themselves. About a pact to ensure the school's prestige, its unique inspirational atmosphere, at any cost." The implication was chilling. Dr. Hayes might have been a rogue element, but she had been operating within a system, a tradition of darkness, that was far older, far more deeply entrenched than even she perhaps knew. Lily Chen, according to Emma, who kept in touch with Mason, eventually began to play music again, but her style had changed. She displayed an uncanny, almost preternatural ability to compose intricate, deeply melancholic pieces that seemed to echo with a sorrow far beyond her years. Sometimes, Emma said, Lily would hum fragments of Cecilia's lament in her sleep, her fingers twitching as if on invisible keys. And Mason found an old upright piano in a dusty corner of a second-hand shop. He bought it, not knowing why. He didn't play it, but sometimes, late at night, when the city outside was quiet, he thought he could hear, very faintly, a single mournful key strike from the other room, or catch the elusive scent of old roses. One evening, sorting through a box of books he'd brought from Blackwood, a single sheet of aged manuscript paper fluttered out. It wasn't part of Cecilia's lament. It was something new, something he'd never seen before. The notes were elegant, spidery, achingly familiar. There was no title, but as his eyes scanned the opening bars, a cold, dread certainty settled upon him. It was the melody Dr. Hayes had been humming that day in the recital hall, the one that had seemed to call to something beyond the veil. And at the bottom of the page, in a faint feminine hand, almost identical to the one that had penned Cecilia's lament, were two chilling words. Encore, Mr. Reed. The coda of shadows was not yet complete, and the silence, he now understood, was never truly empty. It was merely waiting for the next downbeat. Blackwood Academy holds its dark melodies close. Mason Reed learned that some lessons come with a terrifying price. The rules were meant to contain the horror. But sometimes, facing the music is the only way to survive. The requiem may have ended, but the echoes linger. Seriously, if you didn't stay until the very end, you missed the final chilling note, the twist that reveals the true, ongoing performance at Blackwood. The last few moments will leave you questioning what truly survived. What do you think happened to Cecilia Frost? What is the true power Dr. Hayes sought? Share your theories in the comments below. And if you made it through the night at Blackwood Academy, if the music hasn't claimed you, then you're part of our chorus now. Subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules, because some schools, they never truly let you leave. And the encore is waiting. The first few days at the Mount Washington Observatory were a disorienting blend of mundane routine and profound, unnerving isolation. I recorded atmospheric pressure, wind speeds, precipitation levels, my actions precise, automatic, a scientist clinging to the familiar scaffolding of data in an increasingly alien world. The view from the observation deck, when the dense fog occasionally parted, was breathtaking. A jagged, snow-blasted panorama stretching to an infinite, steel-gray horizon. Beautiful, yes, but with a stark, predatory indifference that gnawed at the edges of my composure. My only human contact was Dr. Sarah Chen, the program director. Her voice a crackling, disembodied presence over the shortwave radio during our scheduled daily check-ins. She was professional, efficient. Her concern for Blackwood's disappearance carefully masked by scientific detachment. The search teams found nothing, Daniel. She'd reported on my third day, her voice tinny. No tracks, no sign. It's like he just evaporated. We're officially suspending the active search until a significant thaw. Stay safe up there. Stick to protocol. Protocol. And Blackwood's 3 cryptic rules. They felt more like warnings from a madman than seasoned advice. Then the wind truly began to speak. It wasn't the constant, impersonal roar I'd expected. During lulls and the fiercer gales, it would coil around the station, a sibilant, insinuating whisper that seemed to dance just at the edge of comprehension. Words, or something like them, ancient and guttural, would form and dissolve in the complex interplay of currents buffeting the structure. And woven within them, like a poisoned thread, were echoes of Laura, her laughter, fragmented phrases from old conversations, promises of reunion, of absolution. It wasn't your fault, Danny. I'm waiting for you. Just listen. Truly listen. The temptation to strain, to decipher, to cling to those phantom syllables of comfort was a physical ache, a desperate yearning that clawed at my sanity. Do not listen closely. Blackwood's first rule. I found myself pressing my hands over my ears, humming loudly, anything to drown out that seductive, tormenting chorus. I sought refuge in Blackwood's journals. The early volumes were what I expected. Meticulous meteorological observations, equipment logs, complaints about dwindling coffee supplies. But as the years progressed, the entries grew. Stranger, references to the mountain's voice, to sacred resonances, to the old ones stirring beneath the ice. He wrote of specific wind patterns that seemed to carry intelligible patterns, of a deep thrumming he could feel through the station floorboards on certain nights. One entry, dated a year before his disappearance, read, "The whispers demand an audience. They offer knowledge for a price." Laura understood. Why can't they see? Laura, my Laura, or another. The ambiguity was a fresh stab of dread. My unease deepened. One afternoon, while recalibrating a sensor array near Blackwood's old workstation, I noticed it. A section of the reinforced steel floor plating, directly beneath a south-facing window that overlooked a particularly precipitous ice-choked ravine known as the Devil's Gullet, was scoured unnaturally clean, far cleaner than the surrounding area. Yet within the infinitesimal grooves of the metal, almost invisible to the naked eye unless the light hit it just so, were faint, dark stains. Stains that looked disturbingly, unmistakably like old dried blood. The first few days at the Mount Washington Observatory were a disorienting blend of mundane routine and profound, unnerving isolation. I recorded atmospheric pressure, wind speeds, precipitation levels, my actions precise, automatic, a scientist clinging to the familiar scaffolding of data in an increasingly alien world. The view from the observation deck, when the dense fog occasionally parted, was breathtaking. A jagged, snow-blasted panorama stretching to an infinite, steel-gray horizon. Beautiful, yes, but with a stark, predatory indifference that gnawed at the edges of my composure. My only human contact was Dr. Sarah Chen, the program director. Her voice a crackling, disembodied presence over the shortwave radio during our scheduled daily check-ins. She was professional, efficient. Her concern for Blackwood's disappearance carefully masked by scientific detachment. The search teams found nothing, Daniel. She'd reported on my third day, her voice tinny. No tracks, no sign. It's like he just evaporated. We're officially suspending the active search until a significant thaw. Stay safe up there. Stick to protocol. Protocol. And Blackwood's 3 cryptic rules. They felt more like warnings from a madman than seasoned advice. Then the wind truly began to speak. It wasn't the constant, impersonal roar I'd expected. During lulls in the fiercer gales, it would coil around the station, a sibilant, insinuating whisper that seemed to dance just at the edge of comprehension. Words, or something like them, ancient and guttural, would form and dissolve in the complex interplay of currents buffeting the structure. And woven within them, like a poisoned thread, were echoes of Laura, her laughter, fragmented phrases from old conversations, promises of reunion, of absolution. It wasn't your fault, Danny. I'm waiting for you. Just listen. Truly listen. The temptation to strain, to decipher, to cling to those phantom syllables of comfort was a physical ache, a desperate yearning that clawed at my sanity. Do not listen closely. Blackwood's first rule. I found myself pressing my hands over my ears, humming loudly, anything to drown out that seductive, tormenting chorus. I sought refuge in Blackwood's journals. The early volumes were what I expected. Meticulous meteorological observations, equipment logs, complaints about dwindling coffee supplies. But as the years progressed, the entries grew. Stranger. References to the mountain's voice, to sacred resonances, to the old ones stirring beneath the ice. He wrote of specific wind patterns that seemed to carry intelligible patterns, of a deep thrumming he could feel through the station floorboards on certain nights. One entry, dated a year before his disappearance, read, "The whispers demand an audience. They offer knowledge for a price." Laura understood. Why can't they see? Laura, my Laura, or another? The ambiguity was a fresh stab of dread. My unease deepened. One afternoon, while recalibrating a sensor array near Blackwood's old workstation, I noticed it. A section of the reinforced steel floor plating, directly beneath a south-facing window that overlooked a particularly precipitous ice-choked ravine known as the Devil's Gullet, was scoured unnaturally clean, far cleaner than the surrounding area. Yet within the infinitesimal grooves of the metal, almost invisible to the naked eye unless the light hit it just so, were faint, dark stains. Stains that looked disturbingly, unmistakably like old dried blood. A blizzard of epic proportions descended upon the summit without warning, a maelstrom of white fury that transformed the mountain into a shrieking, malevolent entity. The observatory became a tiny, besieged island in an ocean of roiling snow and ice. Visibility dropped to zero. The wind, no longer whispering, now screamed a continuous deafening note that vibrated through the very structure of the station, through my bones, through my teeth. The radio link to Dr. Chen became a cacophony of static, her voice fading in and out, a fragile thread to a world that now seemed impossibly distant. Daniel, can you... Storm? Severe? Hold. Then nothing but the hiss of dead air. I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. The feeling of being trapped, of being at the mountain's mercy, was suffocating. Days blurred into a disorienting cycle of checking instruments that were rapidly failing, rationing supplies, and battling the growing sense of dread that the storm was not merely a weather event, but something orchestrated. It was during a rare, deceptive lull in the blizzard, when the wind momentarily dropped to an eerie preternatural calm, that the second rule clawed its way into my reality. The silence was almost more unnerving than the preceding tempest, and in that dead, frozen quiet, the anemometer outside on its mast began to spin. Not a gentle rotation, but a violent, furious whirling, faster and faster. Its cups a blur against the gray, oppressive sky. It emitted a high-pitched, metallic shriek, a sound of metal tortured beyond its limits. Yet, not a breath of wind stirred around the station. The flags hung limp. The snow fell in straight, lazy drifts. The anemometer spins violently with no wind. Do not go outside. My scientific training warred with a primal instinct to flee. The instrument was clearly malfunctioning, perhaps iced over, its bearings shot. My duty was to maintain the equipment. I reached for my heavy-duty parka, the urge to go out, to fix it, to impose some semblance of rational order on this madness, almost overwhelming. Blackwood's warning, stark and absolute, echoed in my mind. I hesitated at the reinforced outer door, my hand on the latch. Through the small, triple-glazed porthole, I could see nothing but the swirling snow and the crazily spinning anemometer. But I felt it. An immense, unseen pressure outside, a silent, predatory waiting. It was as if the mountain itself were holding its breath, daring me to step out into its invisible, lethal embrace. I snatched my hand back from the latch as if burned, retreating deeper into the station. The shriek of the phantom wind-driven anemometer, a mocking laugh at my expense, driven by a desperate need for distraction, for any kind of human connection. However tenuous, I searched Blackwood's quarters more thoroughly, tucked beneath a loose floorboard under his bunk where I'd previously found only dust and forgotten ration wrappers. My fingers brushed against something else, a slim, water-stained notebook. It wasn't Blackwood's neat, spidery script. This handwriting was feminine, looping, increasingly frantic. The name on the inside cover, Eliza Winters. Missing hiker. Last seen 2 years ago, near the summit. Her entries began with the usual awe of any adventurer tackling Mount Washington, but they quickly spiraled into fear and paranoia. She wrote of strange encounters with the oddly intense station master, Blackwood, of unsettling sounds at night, sounds she couldn't identify, of feeling watched, of Blackwood's growing obsession with the mountain's true voice and the colors of the deep ice. Her last few entries were fragmented, terrified. He knows I heard him, talking to it. The wind whispers my name now. He says the red offering is almost ready. And then, scrawled across the final page, a crude, shaky drawing. A stick figure lying in it, the snow, surrounded by what looked like pulsating red tendrils. Beneath it, 2 words: "It lives." The blizzard finally broke, leaving behind a world sculpted in pristine, blinding white, and a silence so profound it felt like the mountain was still holding its breath after its furious outburst. I was exhausted, physically and mentally frayed. The lines between reality and the station's insidious whispers blurring with each passing hour. Eliza Vinta's journal rested on my small desk, a chilling testament to a fate I was increasingly terrified I might share. That morning, as the first weak rays of a reluctant sun pierced the lingering cloud cover, I looked out the main observation window and stopped dead. My blood, already chilled from a sleepless night, turned to ice. Spread across a wide swathe of the freshly fallen snow directly in front of the station's main entrance, like a grotesque Pollock painting, were patches of red. Not a faint tint, not a subtle discoloration. This was a deep, visceral crimson, stark and obscene against the pure white. It looked like gallons of blood had been spilled and flash frozen. Don't shovel the red snow. It pulses. Blackwood's final, most bizarre rule. My scientific mind scrabbled for an explanation. Minerals leached from the rock. Some kind of airborne algae? But Eliza's words echoed. Eliza's words echoed. It lives. And as I stared, transfixed through the reinforced glass, I could swear I saw it. A faint, almost imperceptible throb within the largest patch of crimson snow. A slow, rhythmic pulsation, like a sleeping, monstrous heart. Disregarding the cold that bit at me, I grabbed my high-resolution camera, a relic from a past life, when Laura and I had chased auroras and alpine sunsets. Not phantoms. I wouldn't touch it, wouldn't go near it, but I had to document. From the relative safety of the station's slightly ajar doorway, I took several photographs, the telephoto lens bringing the unnerving spectacle into sharp, disturbing focus. My next radio call to Dr. Chen was strained. I described the red snow, trying to keep my voice level, scientific. It's anomalous, Sarah, deeply pigmented, and it appears to exhibit a subtle rhythmic undulation. There was a long pause on the other end, filled only with static. "Danielle," she finally said, her voice carefully neutral. "Are you feeling all right? The isolation? It can affect perception. There are no geological reports of such phenomena on Washington. Perhaps it's an optical illusion. Some reflection from the new snow." She promised to check with geologists about rare mineral deposits, but advised me sternly not to approach or disturb the discoloration under any circumstances until help could be dispatched, which, given the post-blizzard conditions, might still be days away. Her skepticism was a cold comfort. Later that day, I returned to Blackwood's journal searching for any mention of this red snow. The later entries were increasingly unhinged, filled with a chilling blend of scientific jargon and cult-like devotion. He wrote of feeding the ancient song, of the sanguine communion, of the mountain's blood awakening, and then a passage that made my stomach churn. "The color is the key. The life essence drawn from the unwary, amplified by the peak's unique resonance. It calls to the deepness. It nourishes what slumbers." Eliza Vos, a promising conductor, but her frequency was ultimately incompatible. A new vessel is required for the true awakening. A new vessel. My blood ran cold. That evening, as dusk began to bleed across the gray sky, I reviewed the photographs of the red snow on my laptop. I zoomed in on one of the larger patches, the details startlingly clear. My breath caught in my throat. The crimson particles weren't random crystalline structures. They were something else. They seemed to form intricate, almost calligraphic patterns. Alien, and yet disturbingly, vaguely familiar, like symbols I'd seen in Blackwood's most fevered journal entries. And there, at the very center of one of the pulsating crimson patches, almost indistinguishable from the gore-like slush, unless one looked very, very closely, was a shape, a dark, vaguely humanoid outline, half submerged, as if something were slowly, deliberately trying to claw its way out from beneath the blood-red shroud. Or perhaps something was being formed by it. The fragile dam of Daniel Hayes' carefully constructed sanity was crumbling, eroded by the relentless siege of isolation, the insidious whispers in the wind, and the pulsing, unthinkable reality of the crimson snow. Sleep had become a gallery of horrors, each night showcasing a new, more grotesque tableau. Laura, her eyes empty pits, beckoning him from beneath a shroud of blood-red ice. Victor Blackwood, a cadaverous puppet master, conducting an orchestra of screaming winds with skeletal fingers. Eliza Winters, a frozen statue, her lips silently forming his name. The south-facing window, overlooking the jagged moor of Devil's Gullet, exerted a stronger pull with each passing hour, the abyss seeming to hum with a promise of final icy oblivion. A siren song for his guilt-ravaged soul. The whispers were no longer mere suggestions, fleeting phantoms at the edge of hearing. They were insidious, articulate, weaving themselves into the very fabric of his thoughts, using Laura's voice with a puppeteer's cruel precision. Danny, my love, the ice is not so cold once you embrace it. I found peace here. Blackwood understood. He's waiting to guide you. We can be together, away from the pain. He found himself answering, his voice a raw tear in the oppressive silence of the station, sometimes pleading, sometimes raging against the spectral promises. He knew, on a dwindling island of rationality, that this was a descent into madness, but the mountain's cocktail of profound grief, crushing guilt, and the sheer unholy weight of solitude was proving too potent, too irresistible to his fractured will. The rules, once seen as the eccentricities of a disturbed mind, now felt like lifelines he was deliberately, perversely severing. He stands shivering by a purposefully unlatched door during the height of a windstorm, his head tilted, straining to decipher the ancient, almost intelligible lexicon of the gale, desperate for a clear word from Laura, a sign, a crumb of solace, however illusory. Petty story. The anemometer, that malevolent spinner, would often erupt into its furious, windless dance, a clear herald of an unseen, encroaching power. And instead of retreating to the station's core, Daniel would find himself drawn to the reinforced windows, staring out into the oppressive, featureless gray, a terrible fascination warring with his primal fear. What monstrous ballet was being performed just beyond his sight? What silent invitation was being offered? His final descent into the mountain's madness was precipitated by a chilling discovery, an answer to a question he hadn't dared to fully form. Eliza Winter's journal, that testament to a terror he now intimately understood, contained a fragmented map, a desperate scrawl. He goes below, where the ice breathes, stone steps, old shed marked auxiliary storage. Sacrifices for the old song, said the mountain demands its chorus. The auxiliary storage shed, a dilapidated lean-to structural connected to the main station by a rickety, snow-drifted walkway, was a place Daniel had previously dismissed as containing nothing but broken equipment and mouse droppings. Now, armed with Eliza's dying words, he returned, a cold premonition coiling in his gut. Beneath a pile of weather-beaten tarpaulins and discarded meteorological instruments, he found it. A heavy, frost-rimmed steel hatch, bolted shut not from the inside, but from the outside. The bolts ancient and deeply rusted. It took every ounce of his remaining strength, and a salvaged crowbar from Blackwood's scattered tools, to wrench it open. A blast of frigid, footed air, thick with the cloying scent of damp earth, metallic decay, and something sickeningly organic, like long-rotted meat, rushed up to meet him, nearly making him gag. Steep, crudely hewn stone steps, slick with verdigris and ice, spiraled down into the lightless heart of Mount Washington. His heavy-duty flashlight, its beam seeming pathetically inadequate against the oppressive Stygian gloom, cut a shaky swath through the darkness. The steps led into a vast natural ice cave, its walls shimmering with trapped ancient light. But the natural beauty was horribly defiled. The cave had been adapted, expanded, shaped by human tools, and for human, or perhaps inhuman, purpose. What he saw there extinguished the last embers of his scientific detachment, plunging him into a purely visceral horror. The ice walls were a canvas of madness, covered in Victor Blackwood's obsessive, spidery script, a nightmarish blend of meteorological symbols, arcane geometries, and what Daniel recognized with a jolt as perversions of ancient Native American pictograms. These were interspersed with tally marks, hundreds of them, arranged in unsettling, ritualistic patterns. At the far end of the cavern, on a rough, elevated platform of rock and darker, veined ice that resembled a sacrificial altar, lay obscene collection of artifacts. Brittle animal bones picked clean, tarnished silver instruments of a purpose he couldn't fathom, resembling surgical tools from a madman's dream, and scattered amongst them, like offerings to a forgotten, bloodthirsty god, were heartbreakingly mundane items of clothing. A child's single, brightly colored mitten, a man's sturdy, worn hiking boot, its laces still tied, a woman's faded red woolen scarf, identical to one Laura had owned, a pair of delicate, shattered eyeglasses, Eliza's, and undoubtedly countless others. Beneath the altar, a vast, dark, viscous stain had seeped deep into the porous ice floor, a permanent record of unspeakable rites. This was no mere weather station. It was a charnel house, then tucked into a carefully carved niche near the altar. Protected from the dripping ice, he found them, the final volumes of Blackwood's journals. These were not the writings of a lonely scientist succumbing to cabin fever. These were the meticulous, exultant records of a high priest, a willing servant of a malevolent power. Blackwood, it became terrifyingly clear, hadn't just been observing the mountain. He had been communing with it, feeding it. He believed the mountain entity, an ancient, elemental consciousness of unimaginable power and hunger, demanded tribute, not just fear, though that was a savory appetizer, but life force, blood, the very essence of sacrificed lives, to maintain its slumbering power, or perhaps to grant Blackwood its dark boons. Forbidden knowledge of the Earth's deepest secrets, a twisted form of control over its savage weather, perhaps even the insidious promise of an unnatural, icy immortality. The crimson snow wasn't a random geological anomaly. It was a gruesome, effervescent byproduct of these feedings, a sacrament of slaughter. Eliza Winters, and an untold number of missing hikers and weather casualties before her, hadn't just been unfortunate victims of the mountain's harshness. They had been carefully selected, perhaps even lured, for Blackwood's ghastly observances. And Victor Blackwood hadn't simply vanished into a whiteout. According to his final, ecstatic, almost orgasmic entries, he had ascended. He was preparing to shed this mortal coil and fully merge with the mountain's eternal song to become its new voice, its undying herald, its gatekeeper. He was waiting for a worthy successor, someone with the right kind of receptive emptiness, someone already touched by profound grief and loss, to continue the sacred rites when the mountain next awoke fully. He was waiting. Daniel realized with a wave of nauseating terror that nearly buckled his knees for him. As this horrifying understanding crashed down, the very ice around Daniel began to thrum, a low, powerful subsonic vibration that resonated deep within his chest, shaking his bones, making his teeth ache. The whispers started again, no longer just in the wind outside or at the edge of his hearing, but all around him, inside his skull. A deafening, multi-layered chorus of voices. Laura's sweet tones, Eliza's terrified whimpers, Blackwood's commanding baritone, and countless, unidentifiable others. A legion of lost souls, all merging into a single, overwhelming, seductive command. Join the song. Feed the ancient ice. Become what we have become. Become eternal. The crimson snow outside. The crimson snow outside. The main station. Daniel now understood with absolute, mind-shattering certainty, was not just a stain. It was a lure, a beacon, a living tapestry woven from the stolen lives that had nourished the mountain and the very ground beneath his feet. This frozen, indifferent peak. It wasn't just rock and ancient ice. It was alive. It was aware. And it was ravenously, insatiably hungry. A deep, guttural roar. A sound that was simultaneously geological, like the grinding of tectonic plates, and terrifyingly, unmistakably organic, like the bellow of some colossal, primal beast, echoed from deeper within the labyrinthine ice cave. Sustain, his flashlight already flickering erratically, died with a final pathetic pop, plunging him into an absolute, terrifying darkness. The chorus of whispers reached a deafening crescendo, the thrumming in his chest becoming a violent, agonizing pressure, pounding in time with what he recognized as the final, desperate beats of his own terrified heart, a rhythm beckoning him towards an unthinkable surrender. The mountain entity was no longer content with subtle whispers and cryptic rules. It was fully awake, and it was demanding its due. And Victor Blackwood, in some horrifying, transfigured, perhaps even incorporeal state, was its conductor, its gleeful usher. He manifested then, not as a man of flesh and blood, but as a towering, vaguely humanoid silhouette composed of swirling, blizzard-force snow and pulsing, blood-red ice materializing at the narrow mouth of the cave, blocking Daniel's only path to what little remained of his sanity. Its voice, a booming, harmonious echo layered within the wind itself, filled the cavern. Welcome home, Daniel Hayes. The song is finally ready for a new, strong voice. Laura is waiting to harmonize with you forever. Mis señores, and I reckon unkindish and errante, Pedronornestein, Amis. The monstrous effigy of Victor Blackwood, a swirling vortex of crimson-laced ice and shrieking wind, loomed in the cave mouth, its form shifting, coalescing, its voice a symphony of predation and perverse, welcoming warmth. It was an abomination, a terrifying fusion of man and mountain, a testament to a devotion that had crossed the threshold into utter damnation. You resisted the whispers for so long, Daniel. The Blackwood thing boomed, the sound seeming to emanate from the very ice around them, reverberating deep within Daniel's skull. But the silence within your grief, it always called to us. Laura's pretty, tragic silence. Such beautiful, receptive silence. She paved the way for you. That name, Laura, spoken with such defiling intimacy by this unthing that had stolen the guise of a scientist. It was a sacrilege, a blasphemy against her memory that pierced through Daniel's shock-induced paralysis, igniting a core of cold, diamond-hard fury. The pristine image of her laughter, her warmth, her vibrant life. It was a desperate, flickering candle against the overwhelming, consuming darkness of the mountain. But it was his, and he would not let this abomination tarnish it further. She's beyond your reach, you monster, Daniel roared, his voice raw, surprisingly steady, adrenaline a fire in his veins. And so am I. You and your mountain can feast on your own damned echoes. He had no conventional weapon, no means to fight this supernatural horror. But he had Blackwood's own sacrilegious scriptures, the meticulously detailed journals of his descent into madness and communion. He remembered the obsessive notes on focal resonance points, harmonic disruption frequencies, and thermal energy conduction within the primary ice fissure. And he remembered, with a flash of desperate inspiration, the layout of the now precarious weather station above, its arrays of sensitive, high-powered meteorological equipment, its emergency backup systems. The Blackwood entity laughed, a sound like 1,000 tons of ice grinding and shattering. Ambition. Haze. This isn't ambition. It is glorious, eternal communion. True immortality within the mountain's heart. Join us, Daniel, and you will truly understand. You will hear Laura sing to you again, her voice clear and strong, forever weaving through the heart of every storm, every perfect winter. Royale. Icy tendrils shot through with the pulsing, sickening crimson of the cursed snow, began to snake from the cave walls, from the floor, from the very air, reaching for him, constricting his path. Daniel scrambled backwards, deeper into the small makeshift antechamber, where Blackwood had hoarded his final, most damning records. His eyes, now accustomed to the faint, internal luminescence of the corrupted ice, darted around, seeking anything, any tool, any desperate advantage. His gaze fell upon a heavy, conspicuously new-looking metal container stashed behind a stack of older, more mundane emergency supplies. It was labeled Magnesium Flares, Extreme High Intensity. Do not use in confined spaces. Standard, if rarely needed. Emergency equipment for Arctic conditions. And beside it, open to a heavily annotated page, was one of Blackwood's earlier, more conventionally scientific notebooks, detailing the station's emergency power routing and the exact location of a major electrical conduit that ran alarmingly close to the unstable ice fissure directly beneath this part of the cavern. An idea, insane, desperate, suicidal perhaps, yet possessed of a terrible, beautiful logic sparked in Daniel's ravaged mind. If the entity, and its hideous herald Blackwood, communicated through sound, through resonance, through the very geological and energetic structure of the mountain and the station, then perhaps a sufficiently violent disruption, dodging a grasping, razor-sharp crimson tendril that hissed as it narrowly missed his face. Daniel lunged for the container of flares. Blackwood's monstrous, storm-wrought form advanced, its sheer bulk filling the narrow passage, its icy, suffocating aura pressing in on him. There is no escape from the mountain's embrace, Daniel, it boomed. Only union, a beautiful, final assimilation. This sacred union is hereby annulled, you goddamned, ice-veined son of a bitch. Daniel screamed, his voice cracking, but filled with a desperate, defiant resolve. He fumbled with the latches on the flare container, his frozen fingers clumsy. He managed to wrench 2 of the largest flares free. Blackwood's form was almost upon him, the stench of freezer burn and something else, something that smelled like an ancient, charnel sweetness, overwhelming. This is for Laura, for Eliza, for all the others you fed to your frozen god, Daniel cried, striking the flares against the rough ice wall. They ignited with a sudden, violent, almost explosive roar, instantly filling the confined ice cave with a blinding, searing magnesium glare and an acrid, choking cloud of white smoke. The heat was instantaneous, intense, almost unbearable after the deep, penetrating cold. The effect on the Blackwood entity, and by extension the thrumming cavern, was immediate and cataclysmic. It recoiled with a shriek that was no longer human, no longer wind, but something purely elemental, a sound of matter itself being torn apart, a sound of immense, agonizing pressure and unimaginable pain. The obsidian-hard, crimson-laced ice that formed its shifting, monstrous body began to crack, to hiss, to sublimate directly into superheated steam. The terrifying thrumming in the cave faltered, then spiked into a discordant, shrieking feedback loop. The chorus of seductive whispers dissolved into a pandemonium of panicked, fragmented shrieks, as if 1,000 trapped souls were suddenly, violently, released from their icy torment. Warmth, light, sound, intense, chaotic, overwhelming. The absolute antithesis of the entity's cold, dark, silent domain, and the sudden violent application of intense thermal energy directly onto the delicate, supercooled structure of the ancient ice fissure. Daniel didn't wait to witness the full extent of the cataclysm he had unleashed. He scrambled back up the treacherous stone steps, his lungs burning from the acrid magnesium smoke. The death shrieks of the wounded, perhaps dying, entity and its shattered herald echoing behind him, a sound that would haunt his nightmares for the forwarding rest of his days. As he burst, choking and half-blinded, out of the hatch and into the relative, though rapidly deteriorating, sanity of the storage shed, he heard it. A deep, groaning, protracted rumble from the very bowels of Mount Washington, a sound of immense, subterranean shifting, of ancient ice giving way under unimaginable stress. The ground beneath the entire weather station shuddered violently. He stumbled blindly back into the main observatory, his lungs on fire, his vision blurred by smoke and tears. The radio, he had to warn Sarah, had to tell someone, anyone before. The mountain groaned again, a deafening, earth-shattering tremor that threw him bodily to his knees. Meteorological equipment, bolted down for decades, toppled from shelves, smashing into pieces. Cracks, wide as his fist, spiderwebbed across the reinforced windows. The view outside now, a terrifying panorama of roiling black clouds and shifting, unstable rock faces. Through one of the fractured panes, he saw a vast, angry plume of black smoke and superheated steam erupting from a newly omened outbreak from fissure near the abyss of Devil's Gullet. The very foundation of the station was visibly, terrifyingly coming apart. He clawed his way to the radio console, his hands shaking so violently he could barely grip the microphone. Sarah, damn it, can you hear me?" he rapped. "Blackwood. Hey, the mountain. It's alive. The flares in the ice cave. I think I broke something. Something terrible is." His voice was lost in a fresh, deafening wave of tearing static and another violent, bone-jarring lurch of the building. The lights flickered, sizzled, and died. The last thing Daniel saw, before the floor plates buckled and the world disintegrated into a maelstrom of screaming wind, tearing metal, and an avalanche of ice and snow, was the heavy steel anemometer mast outside, no longer spinning, grotesquely bent, then snapped clean off its moorings, cartwheeling silently into the white, indifferent abyss. The first sensation to pierce the suffocating, snow-filled darkness was an agonizing, bone-deep cold, so profound it felt as if his very marrow were crystallizing into ice. Then, a muffled cacophony, distant, distorted shouts, the whining growl of machinery, the rhythmic thump, thump, thump of helicopter blades struggling against a hostile wind. Daniel Hayes drifted in and out of a shocked, hypothermic, pain-racked haze. He remembered the blinding heat of the flares, the mountain's retaliatory roar, the station tearing itself apart around him, and then falling, a sickening, endless, weightless tumble into a white, roaring oblivion. It should have been the end, when he finally, groggily, forced his swollen eyelids open to a blurry, sterile, impossibly bright white. It wasn't the interior of the doomed weather station. It was the sterile, beeping interior of a modern hospital room. Dr. Zara Chen, her face a mask of grim exhaustion, etched with lines of worry that hadn't been there weeks before, sat slumped in a chair beside his bed. "Daniel," she breathed, her voice husky, relief and a profound weariness warring in her eyes. "Dear God, Daniel, we honestly thought we'd lost you for good this time." Piecing together the fractured narrative of what had happened took days, even weeks. As Daniel recovered from severe hypothermia, a serious concussion, multiple compound fractures, and lungs scarred by magnesium smoke inhalation. After his last broken, almost incoherent transmission, followed almost immediately by seismic sensors across New England, registering a significant, highly localized and anomalous tremor originating directly from the summit of Mount Washington, Sarah Shan had, against astronomical odds, impossible weather conditions, and considerable bureaucratic inertia, bullied, cajoled, and finally convinced the authorities to dispatch an elite, high-altitude search and rescue team during the briefest, treacherous of weather windows. They had found the Mount Washington Observatory, or what little remained of it, catastrophically damaged, virtually obliterated. A vast section of the summit, where the station had stood for nearly a century, had collapsed into a newly formed, steaming, unstable chasm directly above Devil's Gullet. The rescue team, risking their own lives amidst shifting ice and treacherous rockfalls, had found Daniel, more dead than alive, miraculously thrown clear of the main wreckage, half buried in a deep snowdrift some distance from the epicenter of the collapse. He was alive by a sheer, inexplicable miracle, or perhaps, as one grizzled rescuer later muttered, because the mountain decided to spit him back out. Of senior meteorologist Victor Blackwood, there was, of course, no trace. The official report, released after a cursory and carefully managed investigation, cited the unprecedented and unpredictable geological event, likely a localized cryoseismic incident exacerbated by extreme barometric pressure changes, as the cause of the station's tragic destruction and Mr. Blackwood's presumed heroic death while attempting to secure vital data. Daniel's fragmented, often delirious, initial accounts of whispering winds from sentient entities, of ancient rituals, of crimson, pulsing snow, and of a monstrous ice-formed figure of his predecessor, were predictably, perhaps mercifully, attributed to altitude sickness, prolonged isolation-induced stress, oxygen deprivation, and severe trauma-induced psychosis. The scoured floor of the station, the hidden ice cave, Eliza Winter's damning journal, Blackwood's most heretical writings, all conveniently, permanently swallowed by the newly formed chasm, or buried under tens of thousands of tons of fresh snow, solidifying ice, and shattered rock. The case of the missing, and now presumed deceased, station master was neatly, officially, and permanently sealed. Daniel recovered, physically at least, after months of painful rehabilitation. The nightmares, however, became his constant, unwelcome companions. Nightly replays of fire and ice, of Laura falling endlessly, of Blackwood's transfigured, glaring face, of the mountain's hungry, whispering roar. He could still hear those insidious whispers in every strong gust of wind. See fleeting, impossible crimson stains in every patch of melting winter snow. Feel the phantom thrumming of the ice cave deep within his bones. He tried once to tell his full story to a sympathetic, but ultimately skeptical psychiatrist. The polite nods, the pitying glances, the gentle suggestions of medication were, in their own way, more invalidating, more isolating than outright disbelief would have been. He was, the world had decided, the man who had simply cracked under the unimaginable pressure, the sole survivor whose tormented mind had fractured in the infamous home of the world's worst weather. He learned to keep his own counsel, to lock the true horrors away in the icy caverns of his own memory. Months later, living a quiet, deliberately unremarkable life in a small, nondescript coastal town, far from any mountain range that might stir those frozen echoes, he received an anonymous, unmarked package through the mail. Dr. Shen's doing, he suspected. She had always possessed a streak of quiet rebellion beneath her professional veneer. Inside, there was no note of explanation, no comforting words, just a secure digital audio recorder and a high-density, encrypted data chip. The recorder contained the final, raw, unedited audio transmissions from the doomed Mount Washington station. His own desperate, increasingly incoherent calls for help, but also, when filtered and amplified, horrifyingly interspersed with the ever-present, shrieking static, other distinct, chilling sounds. Faint, multi-layered, sibilant whispers in a language that still danced just at the edge of his comprehension. A low, powerful, subsonic thrumming that precisely matched the resonance he'd felt in the ice cave. And then, most terrifyingly of all, a crystal-clear, concise voice recording, evidently captured just moments before the final, catastrophic collapse, almost certainly from one of the station's robust external environmental microphones that had, by some fluke, continued transmitting for a short, vital while after the main communication array had failed. It was the synthesized, yet unmistakably recognizable, voice of Victor Blackwood, no longer distorted by wind or demonic possession, no longer booming with borrowed power, but chillingly calm, almost disappointingly mundane, yet interwoven with the unmistakable sound of what could only be described as a vast, ancient, sighing exhalation, like the mountain itself taking a final, satisfied breath. The offering was ultimately insufficient to complete the full transference. Blackwood's voice stated, a note of cold, almost pedantic disappointment in its metallic tone. But the new primary resonance, it has been clearly felt. The cycle inevitably thins with such disruption, but it will always return. The peak eternally calls for, and will always find, its true voice. Always. Then, a soft final click, and an endless, profound silence. The accompanying data chip contained the final, unexpurgated telemetry logs from the station's magnetometers, atmospheric pressure sensors, and seismic recording devices. There was indeed concrete, irrefutable scientific data detailing a massive, highly anomalous energy spike, a localized magnetic field distortion of incredible magnitude, and a series of sharp, subterranean tremors originating directly beneath the observatory, all coinciding exactly to the microsecond with Daniel's own fragmented, disbelieved description of the moment he had ignited the magnesium flares deep within the sacrificial ice cave. Sarah Chen had offered him no interpretation, no words of belief or disbelief, no comfort. She had simply sent him the unvarnished, terrifying data, proof, or perhaps just fresh kindling for a new, more informed kind of madness. Danya looked out of his apartment window at the mundane, unremarkable cityscape, bathed in the gentle light of a spring afternoon. A warm breeze picked up from the nearby ocean, rustling the new leaves of a young maple tree planted on the sidewalk below. And for one moment, just a fleeting, heart-stopping, ice-cold moment, he could have sworn he heard it, impossibly faint, yet achingly, terrifyingly familiar, carried on that gentle, urban zephyr, a single, guttural word in a language he almost understood, and the faintest, coldest, most unwelcome echo of a name he knew he would never, ever forget, no matter how far he ran. Laura, the ancient hungry mountain, hadn't finished singing its terrible, seductive song. It was merely biding its time, gathering its strength, waiting patiently for the next inevitable storm, the next unwitting listener, the next empty, grieving soul to serve as its willing or unwilling vessel, and its insidious frozen echoes. Daniel Hayes knew with a certainty that chilled him more profoundly than any Alaskan blizzard or Washington peak ever could. Were now a permanent, unwelcome, whispering resident within the fractured, haunted silence of his own irrevocably changed soul. The mountain remembers. Daniel Hayes learned that some storms leave scars far deeper than frostbite. The rules were meant to shield, but the true horror was always waiting beneath the ice. The entity may be wounded, but its hunger is eternal. Seriously, if you didn't stay until the very end, you missed the final chilling transmission, the twist that reveals the true, ongoing cost of surviving Mount Washington. The data doesn't lie. What do you think the mountain entity truly is? What was Blackwood's ultimate fate? Share your theories in the comments below, and if you made it through the night on the summit, if the mountain hasn't claimed you, then you're already part of our story. Subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules, because some places, they never truly let you go. And the wind, it still whispers. They called it the ultimate test of survival. I called it my last chance. Welcome to Apex Echo, a battle royale played not in cyberspace, but in a decaying slice of forgotten reality, where the rules aren't just for the game. My name is Kalen Vance, a disgraced gamer seeking redemption. But I found myself fighting not just other players, but the arena itself. What's the strangest game you've ever played? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're ready to drop into Echo Park, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because in this battle, the echoes don't just bounce, they consume. The game begins now. The roar of the virtual crowd on the Apex Echo standby screen was a bald-faced lie. The only genuine sound in this decaying pre-staging room was the frantic percussive hammer of my own heart. A rhythm section for the cheap scent of rust, and even section for the cheap scent of rust, and even keeper desperation that clung to the air. My name is Kalen Vance, or it was a name that once meant something in the esports arena. Now, it was mostly synonymous with disgraced, debt-ridden, and last goddamn chance. This shadowy dark web famous battle royale, Apex Echo, with its life-altering prize money, wasn't just a game. It was a lifeline, or a noose. The drop into the arena was disorienting, a blur of recycled air and G-force. When the bay doors of the repurposed cargo plane hissed open, they revealed not a lush island or a futuristic cityscape, but a kilometer-wide quarantined slice of what looked like post-industrial Detroit, or a forgotten borough of Baltimore, a gray, brawling necropolis of abandoned factories, boarded-up tenements and streets choked with skeletal, rusted-out vehicles, a concrete tomb under a perpetually overcast sky. My fellow contestants, a motley crew of hardened-looking survivalists, twitchy adrenaline junkies, and a few, like me, who just looked plain haunted, spilled out into the oppressive silence. I caught glimpses. A hulking brute I'd mentally tagged as Jax Calder, already shouldering a length of lead pipe. A wiry, older man with the eyes of a cornered wolf. Marcus Thorne, moving with a soldier's chilling efficiency. A pair of nervous, almost identical twins, Elara and Finn Hayes, sticking close together like frightened fawns. And a lone figure, Silas Vance's, no relation, I fervently hoped, who blended into the urban decay with an unnerving ease, his face a mask of grim indifference. Then there was Serafina Rostova, Sierra, her eyes sharp and analytical behind a pair of stylish tech-heavy goggles, already scanning her surroundings with an intensity that bespoke more than just a desire to win. Just as the last player cleared the ramp, a voice, genderless, synthesized, and utterly devoid of emotion, crackled to life through the neural implant surgically embedded behind our ears. The administrator. Welcome, contenders, to Apex Echo. Welcome, contenders, to Apex Echo. Your primary objective, survive. Your secondary objective, eliminate all other contenders. The designated arena is now live. Resources are scarce. Alliances are temporary. A cold pause, pregnant with unspoken threats. Before commencement, there are 3 core operational parameters vital for prolonged engagement. Adherence is advised. A ripple of uneasy murmurs went through the scattered players. This wasn't in the leaked rulebook. Parameter 1. Should the city's ambient noise cease abruptly, all sound, all echo, find substantial cover immediately. The silence is listening. Parameter 2. If the atmospheric fog, when present, is perceived to hum or whisper your personal elimination sequence, obstruct your auditory canals without delay. It is a targeted psychotropic agent. Parameter 3. Upon the 13th chime of any recognized horological device, terrestrial or otherwise, secure a defensible hiding position. The Keeper awakens. The broadcast is now live. May the echoes favor you. The implant clicked off. 13 chimes. The Keeper. This wasn't just a battle royale. This was something else. Something infinitely worse. As I scanned the desolate cityscape, my eyes fell upon a series of faded, almost ancient-looking graffiti tags scrawled on a crumbling brick wall. Crude, spiraling symbols, and the leering face of a clock, its hands frozen, pointing definitively to the 13th hour. Silas Vance, I noticed out of the corner of my eye, was staring at those same symbols, his usual impassive expression briefly disturbed by a flicker of something I couldn't quite name. Recognition, or was it dread? The first hour in Echo Park was a brutal symphony of paranoia and fleeting, violent encounters. I focused, pushing Kalen Void Vance, my old gaming tag, to the forefront. Analyze, adapt, survive. I needed a defensible position. Resources. The vast decaying automotive plant on the arena's periphery seemed as good a place as any to start. Its shattered windows like vacant eyes staring out at the urban wasteland. I saw Jax Calder early on, living up to his brute moniker, savagely bludgeoning another unfortunate contender with his lead pipe near a burnt-out bus. The sickening thud echoed in the unnatural stillness. Not far off, I spotted Marcus Thorne, the veteran, moving with fluid, economical grace through the rubble, a scavenged hunting knife already gleaming in his hand. He wasn't hunting for supplies. He was hunting for players. This game was already lethal, even before the administrator's bizarre rules came into play. I'd managed to secure a relatively intact upper-floor office in the plant, one with a decent overview and only 2 easily defensible entry points. I was checking a rusted locker for anything useful. A bottle of brackish water, a stale protein bar, when it happened. One moment, the air was filled with the usual city death sounds. The distant creak of stressed metal, the skittering of rats in the walls, the mournful sigh of the wind whistling through broken panes, even Jax's distant, triumphant roar. The next, absolute, profound, soul-crushing silence. Every sound, every echo, every rustle of my own clothing, an outbreak from. It wasn't just quiet, it was a void, a vacuum where sound itself had ceased to exist. The silence is listening. The administrator's first rule slammed into my consciousness with the force of a physical blow. My breath hitched. Every nerve screamed. I dove for cover beneath a heavy, overturned steel desk, pressing myself flat against the grimy concrete, heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating, for what felt like an eternity but was probably only 10, maybe 15 seconds. It was the most terrifying loudness I'd ever experienced. Then, from outside, somewhere very close, came a sound that ripped through the void, a cataclysmic, grinding roar, like a skyscraper being torn from its foundations, followed by a shockwave that rattled the very bones of the automotive plant. Dust and debris rained down from the ceiling. I didn't dare look, didn't dare breathe. Slowly, tentatively, the ambient sounds began to seep back in. The wind, the creaking metal, but they were different now. Subtly off-key, tinged with a faint, almost subsonic hum that vibrated in my fillings. The silence had passed, for now. It was later, while scouting a different section of the plant, that I stumbled upon Serafina Rostova. Or rather, she stumbled upon me, materializing from the shadows with a silenced pistol leveled at my chest. Her tech goggles were glowing faintly. "Hold it, Vance," she hissed, her voice surprisingly calm. "Not looking for a fight. Unless you are. Just trying to stay alive," I managed, hands raised. "Aren't we all?" Her goggles beeped softly. "That hush earlier." My sensors picked up a massive electromagnetic flux. Localized. Something big warped the sound waves, or consumed them. She lowered her pistol fractionally. "I'm here to expose this whole damn charade. You look like you might actually have a brain. Temporary alliance?" Before I could answer, a terrified yelp echoed from a lower floor. Finn Hayes, one of the twins, stumbled into view, his face streaked with dirt and tears, his sister Elara nowhere in sight. It just stopped," he stammered, pointing vaguely. "Then the ground, it swallowed him. A guy, just gone." He was clearly referring to the unnatural hush. Marcus Thorne, I noted with a chill, had moved with quiet, deadly efficiency to a reinforced doorway during the silence. His knife ready, his eyes scanning for threats like a seasoned predator. He'd known or sensed the danger. My alliance with Sarah became one of grim necessity. Later, searching a collapsed storefront, I found a cracked, mud-caked smartphone. Its last audio recording, almost lost in a sea of static, was a man's ragged breathing and a shaky, terrified whisper. "It's not a game. The silence, it's not empty. It listens. It hungers." The recording ended with a sharp, wet tearing sound. As if the unnatural silence and the administrator's chilling pronouncements weren't enough, a new horror began to creep into Echo Park. A fog, not the hazy industrial smog one might expect in such a derelict urban landscape, but a thick, unnervingly cold, ground-hugging mist that rolled in from the arena's periphery, swallowing buildings whole, muffling sounds, and carrying with it the dirindar, faint, unsettling scent of ozone and something else, something metallic and vaguely sweet, like chilled blood. Sarah sensors went haywire whenever the fog drew near, registering anomalous particulate matter and faint, unidentifiable biosignatures. "This isn't natural," she muttered, her brow furrowed in concentration as she adjusted the settings on her wrist-mounted device. "The density, the temperature gradient, it's being generated, or called." We were navigating a particularly dense patch near a partially collapsed overpass. The silence broken only by our own ragged breathing and the drip-drip-drip of unseen water. When I first heard it, a low, almost inaudible hum, seeming to emanate from the very fabric of the fog itself. It started as a single, dissonant note, then slowly, insidiously, began to resolve into something more complex. Words, whispers, my name, Caelan Vance. The voice was sexless, synthesized, a grotesque parody of the administrator's detached tone, but laced with a chilling, mocking intimacy. It seemed to bypass my ears, vibrating directly within my skull. "Esports pariah, disgraced and forgotten. Your comeback tour ends here. Elimination sequence initiated. Caelan Vance, time is up. The echoes claim you now. If the fog hums your elimination, cover your ears." The second rule. A jolt of pure adrenaline-fueled terror shot through me. I clamped my hands over my ears, pressing so hard my knuckles ached, trying to block out the insidious, personalized dirge. The humming intensified, the whispers becoming more insistent, more taunting, weaving in details of my past failures, my deepest insecurities, my most private shames. It was a psychological assault, a targeted erosion of will. I squeezed my eyes shut, fighting the rising tide of nausea and a sudden, overwhelming urge to just give up. To let the fog, and its terrible song, consume me. Zara, whose tech goggles seemed to offer some form of auditory dampening, grabbed my arm, her grip surprisingly strong. Vance, fight it! It's a psychoacoustic attack. It's feeding on your fear. Her device was emitting a high-pitched counter-frequency, a jarring shriek that seemed to momentarily disrupt the fog's terrible hum. It was then that Jax the Brute Calder, his face a mask of primal fury, burst from the fog like a charging bull. He wasn't attacking us, not directly. He was flailing wildly with his lead pipe, roaring in incoherent rage, his eyes wide and unfocused. "Get out of my head," he bellowed, swinging at phantoms in the mist, the faces, the goddamn faces in the fog. He was clearly succumbing to whatever horrors the fog was showing him. Suddenly, from deeper within the swirling gray, came a scream, a different voice, sharp, terrified, unmistakably female. One of the Hayes twins. Ilara, I thought. Jax, in his blind rage, had blundered towards it. Then, another, more guttural yell, Finn perhaps trying to protect his sister, followed by a wet, tearing sound and a final, choked gurgle. The fog swirled, and for a horrifying instant, I thought I saw two vaguely human shapes being absorbed, drawn into the opaque depths, their outlines becoming indistinct, then vanishing completely. The HUD implant in my ear crackled. Contender Finn Hayes eliminated. Contender Elara Hayes eliminated. But the elimination message was followed by a burst of garbled static, and when the fog momentarily thinned, the public announcement screen on a nearby derelict bus station flickered. Featured for a split second, instead of the usual contender eliminated graphic, it showed a distorted, almost biological image, like cells dividing, or something amorphous and pulsating. Then it went blank. Jax, his rage momentarily spent, a look of dawning, animalistic terror on his face as he slowly processed the screams he'd heard, began to back away, whimpering. That's when the fog's hum focused on him. Jax Calder, brute force, mindless aggression, obsolete. Your rampage is over. He clapped his hands to his head, bellowing in agony, then stumbled, disoriented directly into a gaping, unmarked maintenance shaft hidden by the mist. His scream was cut short by a sickening final thud. Contender Jax Calder, eliminated. The administrator's voice was as dispassionate as ever. Sierra's device, meanwhile, pulsed with a stronger counter-frequency. "I've got a partial lock on its carrier wave," she yelled, her voice strained. It's resonating with something in the metallic dust in the air. "Come on! We need to get clear of this shit." She dragged me, still disoriented from the fog's psychic assault, towards a less dense area, the dirge slowly, mercifully, fading behind us. As we emerged, gasping, into a patch of clearer air, I saw it. My HUD implant glowed faintly, and for a moment, the standard contender informational message about Jax flickered, showing not his name, but a string of those same spiraling unholy symbols I'd seen in the graffiti. What? The elimination of the Hayes twins and Jax Calder, not by human hands, but by the arena's own insidious machinations, sent a fresh wave of terror through the dwindling pool of contenders. The rules weren't just quirky guidelines. They were an absolute unforgiving law in this twisted reality show. Word of the singing fog and the hungry silence spread like a contagion through the remaining players' comms channels, mostly through panicked, fragmented whispers before the administrator cut them off. Paranoia became our constant companion. Sarah and I, bound by shared trauma and a grim determination to survive, not just the other players, but the game itself, formed a wary, unspoken alliance. Her tech skills and my gamer-honed reflexes made for a surprisingly effective pairing. We found more remnants of those who had come before. Hastily scrolled warnings on grimy walls. A discarded datapad with a corrupted audio file that, when Sierra painstakingly cleaned it up, revealed a man babbling about the clock that strikes, crooked, and the guardian of the unholy hour. The Keeper and the 13th chime were becoming a recurring, terrifying theme. We began to notice a pattern. The strange graffiti, the spiraling symbols, the clock with 13 hours seemed to be concentrated around a specific sector of the arena. A derelict, once grand amusement park. Its rusted Ferris wheel, a skeletal sentinel against the bruised sky. Its funhouse entrance a leering demonic clown's grin. At its heart stood a tall Gothic clock tower, its four faces either shattered or frozen at disparate, impossible times. It felt like the epicenter of Echo Park's wrongness. This has to be it, Sarah breathed, as we cautiously approached the amusement park's decaying perimeter, her sensors buzzing faintly. The source of the ambient M interference, the focal point for whatever this is. The air around the park felt colder, heavier. The usual sounds of urban decay were muted here, replaced by a low, almost inaudible thrumming, like a giant malevolent heart beating somewhere deep beneath the earth. We saw other players, shadows flitting between rusted-out rides and boarded-up game stalls. Marcus Thorne, the veteran, was perched like a gargoyle atop the carousel, his rifle glinting. Gilles Vance, the lone wolf, was a ghost, glimpsed for a moment scaling the treacherous girders of a roller coaster, then gone. Everyone seemed to be drawn here, as if by an unseen current. It was nearing what we estimated to be midnight. The few functioning timepieces we'd found had all stopped or behaved erratically since the game began. When the premonitory signs started, the faint ambient hum of the arena, the wind, even the distant cawing of unseen crows suddenly, completely ceased. The unnatural hush. Rule 1. We scrambled into the dubious shelter of a decaying cotton candy stand, its faded pink stripes peeling like sunburned skin. This time, the silence was followed not by a crash, but by a ripple, a visible distortion in the air itself, like heat haze over asphalt, that swept through the park, making the rusted metal rides groan and twist as if in agony. Then, the fog began to roll in, thicker, colder, more malevolent than before, coiling around the clock tower like a shroud, and from deep within its opaque heart, or perhaps from the tower itself, or maybe just from everywhere and nowhere at once, came the sound. A bell, tolling. 1, heavy, sonorous, shaking the very ground. 2, each chime an eternity. 3, 4, 5. Sarah and I exchanged terrified glances. 6, 7, 8. The air crackled with an unseen energy. The thrumming intensified. 9, 10, 11. Marcus Thorne, from his perch on the carousel, let out a strangled yell, firing his rifle blindly into the fog before scrambling down, his usual icy composure shattered. 12. A deafening, pregnant silence. My heart hammered against my ribs. My implant buzzed with sudden, intense static. Then, the 13th chime. It wasn't just a sound. It was a physical blow, a wave of pure, unadulterated dread that slammed into us, stealing the breath from our lungs. The ground beneath our feet trembled violently. The rusted metal of the cotton candy stand shrieked in protest. The clock strikes 13. Find a hiding spot immediately. The Keeper awakens. The administrator's voice, for the first time, seemed to hold a quaver, a hint of something that might have been synthetic fear. Panic erupted. Players scattered, screaming, desperately seeking any conceivable cover. The funhouse mouth seemed to writhe, its painted grin widening. The Ferris wheel swayed precariously, its empty gondolas clattering like bones. Sarah grabbed my arm, her face stark white in the eerie gloom. "The clock tower! The bells are in there! We need to get under something." Something solid. As we sprinted across the cracked asphalt towards a maintenance tunnel, rumored to run beneath the main plaza, I risked a glance back towards the clock tower, now silhouetted against the sickly, swirling fog. And I saw it, or at least, the absence of it. Where the solid stone of the tower should have been, there was now a tear, a shimmering, oily distortion in the fabric of reality itself. And from that impossible rift, something was beginning to emerge. A shadow, vast and amorphous, impossibly tall. Its edges indistinct, yet radiating an aura of ancient, unthinking, all-consuming hunger. It didn't have a face, no eyes to see with, but I knew, with a certainty that froze my blood, that it was aware of us, all of us. The Keeper had awakened, and its hour had come. The 13th chime still hung heavy in the frigid air, a discordant note that resonated in our very bones, heralding not just an hour, but an event. The amorphous shadow I'd glimpsed coalescing from the rift in the clock tower began to solidify, to take on a semblance of grotesque form, a towering, vaguely humanoid figure composed of swirling darkness, crackling static, and the very detritus of Echo Park itself. Rusted metal, shattered glass, fragments of bone-white plaster, all swirled within its shifting, impossible anatomy. This was the Keeper, and its silent, implacable hunt had begun. Panic ripped through the remaining contenders. Screams echoed off the decaying facades of the amusement park rides as players scrambled for any conceivable shelter. The funhouse mouth, its painted grin now a rictus of cosmic horror, seemed to pulse with an internal, sickly light, and I heard a wet, tearing sound from within its depths, followed by a choked scream that was abruptly cut short. The Ferris wheel groaned, its empty gondolas swinging like gibbets in a phantom wind, though the air around us was deathly still. Sierra's grip on my arm was a vise. "The maintenance tunnels!" she yelled, her voice strained but thankfully steady over the rising din of terror. "Beneath the main plaza. They should offer some structural integrity." We sprinted, dodging other panicked players, the ground still trembling faintly beneath our feet, as if in anticipation. The Keeper moved with an unnatural gliding motion, its immense shadow stretching and distorting across the cracked asphalt, seemingly everywhere at once. It didn't run. It simply advanced. I saw one contender, a wiry woman, with a shaved head I'd earlier seen expertly disarming a booby trap, freeze in its path, her face a mask of utter, uncomprehending terror. The Keeper's tenebrous form flowed over her, and when it passed, she was simply gone. No sound, no struggle, just an empty space where a human being had stood moments before. My HUD implant, which had faithfully announced other eliminations, remained chillingly silent about her fate. This wasn't an elimination. It was an erasure. We found the rusted manhole cover leading to the tunnels, almost hidden beneath a pile of festering garbage. Working together, adrenaline lending us desperate strength, we managed to heave it open. The stench that wafted up was a noxious cocktail of stagnant water, decaying refuse, and something else, something faintly sweet and cloying, like overripe fruit left to rot in a forgotten cellar. With no other option, we descended into the oppressive darkness, pulling the heavy cover shut behind us, plunging ourselves into a new kind of claustrophobic dread. The tunnels were a labyrinth of dripping pipes, crumbling concrete, and ankle-deep, foul-smelling water. Our only light came from Sierra's modified tech goggles, and the weak beam of a salvaged flashlight I'd found earlier. The thrumming presence of the keeper was still palpable above, a heavy weight pressing down on the earth, making the very tunnel walls seem to sigh and groan. It's not organic. Not in any way I can scan, Sarah whispered, her voice echoing eerily in the confined space as she tinkered with her wrist device. The EM field it generates is impossible. It's like a localized reality distortion, I guess. Hayes isn't controlling it. She unleashed it. Or piggybacked on something that was already here, dormant. What about the clock tower? I asked, my voice hoarse. The rift. That seems to be its anchor point, or its gateway. Sarah pointed to a flickering schematic on her goggles. The EM readings are off the scale there. But there's also a secondary, weaker energy signature, anhatuinating from. Wait, there's a shielded substructure beneath the central plaza, directly under the clock tower's foundations. Heavily reinforced. That has to be where Hayes is, or at least where her primary control system is located. Our precarious sanctuary was short-lived. A low, guttural growl, not animalistic, but like the sound of immense stones grinding together, echoed from further down the tunnel. Then, a section of the tunnel wall ahead of us began to bulge inwards, concrete cracking, rebar groaning. The keeper wasn't just above, it was around us, its influence seeping through the very earth. It knows we're here, I breathed, a cold dread settling in my stomach. Or it's just expanding its search pattern, Sierra countered, though her voice lacked conviction. We need to move, find another way out, or a more defensible position. We pressed on, deeper into the suffocating darkness. The sound of that grinding growl seeming to follow us, to toy with us. We passed hastily scrawled messages on the tunnel walls, clearly from previous games or earlier victims. Don't look at its core. The 13th hour is eternal. It wears the faces of the lost. Then, we stumbled upon him, Marcus Thorne, the veteran. He was backed into a collapsing alcove, his scavenged rifle empty, a shattered combat knife at his feet. His face was ashen, his eyes wide with a terror that dwarfed anything I'd seen on a battlefield. Before him, materializing from the damp, shadowed, was a tendril of the Keeper's darkness, coiling like a serpent. Try to fight it. Old school, Thorne croaked, a bloody froth on his lips. Bad call. It ain't got no vital signs to hit. The tendril lunged. Thorne let out a single choked cry, and then, like the woman in the park, he was simply gone. The tendril retracted, leaving only a faint shimmering distortion in the air before that too faded. His HUD implant registered no emanation. He was another erasure. The sheer, unthinking wrongness of it was what terrified me most. This wasn't a creature we could fight, not in any conventional sense. This was a force, an anomaly. Sierra, however, had seen something. Its core, the message. When it took Thorne, there was a concentration. When it took Thorne, there was a concentration, a sort of instability within its mass just for a second, where the tendril originated. Her mind was clearly racing. If we could disrupt that point of cohesion. Before she could elaborate, the grinding sound returned, closer this time, accompanied by a rush of unnaturally cold air. The Keeper was hunting again. We ran, blindly, deeper into the labyrinth. The hour of the 13th chime stretching into an endless, claustrophobic nightmare. We rounded a corner and found ourselves in a wider section of the tunnel, a junction point beneath what must have been the park's central plaza. And there, built into the bedrock, almost invisible unless you knew where to look, was a heavy, blast-resistant steel door, its surface covered in the same spiraling symbols we'd seen in the graffiti. A faint, almost imperceptible hum emanated from behind it. That's it. Sarah breathed, her goggles flaring with data. Hayes' little hidey hole, the secondary energy signature. But as she reached for the door's recessed access panel, the grinding growl outbreak from directly behind us, shaking the entire tunnel. We were out of time. The Keeper's amorphous, shadowy mass surged into the junction, blocking our retreat, its chilling presence a physical weight that stole the air from our lungs. The grinding sound intensified, now mixed with a low, sibilant hiss, like a million whispers coalescing into a single malevolent thought. This was it, trapped between an unholy anomaly and a sealed steel door. But Sierra wasn't panicking. Her fingers flew across a small multi-tool device she produced from her belt, its tiny screen glowing with lines of code. The door's mag-locked, heavy encryption, she muttered, more to herself than to me. But all networks have a backdoor if you know where to probe. Hayes is arrogant. She'll have used a predictable failsafe. As a tendril of the Keeper's darkness solidified, reaching for Kalen with chilling deliberation, Sierra suddenly yelled, "Got it! Archaic protocol override. Vance, get ready to move. Vance, get ready to move." The steel door beside us hissed open with a reluctant groan of protesting hydraulics, revealing not a way out, but a brightly lit, sterile white corridor that was utterly out of place in the subterranean filth. It smelled of ozone and antiseptic. We dove through the opening just as the Keeper's tendril slammed into the spot where we'd been standing, the impact shaking the very bedrock. Zerai hit a large, red emergency lockdown button on the other side, and the blast door, with surprising speed, slammed shut. The sound of the Keeper's frustrated, grinding roar momentarily muffled. We found ourselves in a state-of-the-art, albeit compact, underground laboratory and control center. Banks of humming servers, holographic displays flickering with biometric data, and at its heart, a single minimalist command console. And seated before it, utterly composed, was Dr. Evelyn Hayes. She wasn't the disembodied voice of the administrator anymore. She was flesh and blood, mid-50s, with sharp, intelligent eyes that held an unnerving, predatory gleam, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on her lips. She didn't look surprised to see us. "Mr. Vance, Miss Rostova." "An unexpected deviation from the projected participant attrition curve," she said, her voice the same cool, synthesized tone we'd heard from the administrator, though now anha-tualizing from her own lips, a testament to some advanced vocal modulator she wore or had implanted. "Though I confess your combined resourcefulness has provided intriguing data points. Data points." I spat, my voice hoarse with rage and terror. "People are dying out there, being erased, because of you, because of this sick fucking experiment." Dr. Hayes' smile widened slightly. "Death, Mr. Vance, is merely a terminal data point in the grand experiment of existence. Apex Echo is, or rather, was designed to explore the quantifiable parameters of human response to extreme existential duress, particularly when juxtaposed with stimuli that challenge fundamental perceptions of reality." She gestured vaguely towards a flickering holographic display, showing a three-dimensional map of Echo Park, dotted with red markers, eliminated players, and two blinking green ones, US. The Echoed Void, as my research team internally designated it, is a naturally occurring, albeit rare, localized spatio-temporal anomaly, a bleed-through from a less structured dimensional stratum. My technology merely amplifies and focuses its inherent properties, creating a controlled, if somewhat volatile environment for psychometric analysis. "Controlled?" Sierra scoffed, her own pistol now aimed squarely at Hayes. "That thing out there? The Keeper? You call that controlled? The Keeper Hayes corrected, her tone still maddeningly calm. Was an unforeseen, though not entirely unwelcome, emergent phenomenon. A concentrated psychic gestalt, it seems, formed from the amplified fear echoes of previous iterations of this research. It provides a useful crucible for testing ultimate resilience. She met my gaze, her eyes like chips of ice. Your resilience, Mr. Vance, especially given your pre-existing trauma profile, has been particularly noteworthy. She knew? How could she possibly know about my past? The neural implant. It wasn't just for communication. It was a two-way street. Feeding her data, feeding her our fears. This isn't research, Hayes, I said, my voice trembling with a mixture of fury and a dawning, horrifying understanding. This is a slaughterhouse. You're a monster. You're a monster. Science often requires difficult choices in the pursuit of profound understanding, Mr. Vance, she replied coolly. The potential applications of this research in neurological therapy, in understanding consciousness itself, are limitless. She leaned forward slightly. In fact, your survival thus far presents a unique opportunity. I could offer you both positions, continued observation, of course, but with a considerably higher probability of non-terminal outcomes. Your insights would be invaluable. Her offer hung in the sterile air, obscene and terrifying. Before either of us could respond, a klaxon began to blare from the console. A series of urgent, high-pitched beeps. A red light pulsed on Hayes' main display. Containment field integrity, 17% and falling. A robotic voice announced. Sub-level breach imminent. Keeper entity has bypassed primary stasis protocols. Dr. Hayes' composure finally, almost imperceptibly, cracked. A flicker of something. Annoyance? No. It was genuine, if fleeting. Fear crossed her face. It seems, she said, her voice losing some of its synthesized calm, that our time for academic discourse has unfortunately been curtailed. The Keeper is proving more adaptable than anticipated. She tapped a series of commands into her console. A pity. I was hoping for a more controlled animal. The steel door we had entered through began to groan, buckling inwards under an immense, unseen pressure. From the other side, the grinding roar of the Keeper echoed. Closer, much closer now. Dr. Hayes didn't look at us. She was already turning towards a small, unmarked escape hatch on the far side of the control room. Her experiment was over, or at least this phase of it. And we, it seemed, were now just loose ends. The sound of tortured metal rending from the blast door underscored Dr. Hayes' chillingly pragmatic retreat. The primary stasis field around the clock tower was always temperamental, she called over her shoulder as she unsealed the escape hatch. The 13th chime seems to act as a resonant catalyst, temporarily negating its dampening effects. A fascinating, if inconvenient, chronometric variable. She disappeared into the dark passage beyond, the hatch hissing shut behind her with a grim finality. We were trapped with the Keeper, which was now tearing its way into Hayes' supposedly secure sanctum. She's going to scuttle the whole damn facility, Sarah yelled, already working frantically at a secondary control panel near the servers. Wipe the data. Probably trigger a localized impulse to fry everything, including us. The main blast door finally gave way with a deafening shriek, ripped from its hinges as if it were paper. The Keeper's amorphous, shadow-wreathed form filled the breach, its grinding roar now a deafening, mind-numbing thrum that vibrated through my very teeth. The sterile white lights of the lab flickered, died, plunging us into a terrifying red glow from countless anti-alarm beacons. There was no escape, but Kalen Void Vance, the disgraced gamer fighting for his life, saw not just an ending, but a final, desperate play. Sierra, I yelled, my voice barely audible above the keeper's roar and the wail of the klaxons. Hayes machine, the one amplifying the anomaly. Can you reverse its polarity or overload it? Create a feedback loop. Sarah's eyes widened in understanding, then narrowed in fierce concentration. The core resonator. If I can reroute enough power, create a cascading psychic echo. Yes, it might just work, but the backlash, it could fry every neural implant in this damn city, ours included, or worse. It could make the Keeper exponentially more unstable. It's already trying to erase us, I countered. We've got nothing to lose. Do it. While Sarah worked, her fingers a blur across the interface, I faced the advancing Keeper. It had no eyes, no face, but I could feel its cold, unthinking hunger fixed solely on us. Its last 2 data points. I remembered the scrawled message in the tunnels. Don't look at its core. But what if its core was its weakness? What if focusing all my fear, all my rage, all my desperate will to survive, on that roiling, unstable nexus of shadows within its form could disrupt it? I stared into the heart of the Keeper, into the swirling vortex of stolen realities and amplified dread. And I pushed back with every ounce of my being, not with physical force, but with the raw, defiant assertion of my own existence. I am here. I will not be erased. The Keeper faltered, its form flickering violently, the grinding roar stuttering as if in confusion. At the same moment, Sarah slammed her fist down on a final control. Now Vance! Resonator overload in T-5. 4. A blinding, silent white light erupted from the core of the laboratory, from the humming machinery Sarah had hijacked. It wasn't a light you saw with your eyes. It was a light you felt in your skull, in your soul. The Keeper shrieked, a sound that was no longer physical but purely psychic, a deafening wave of pure, undiluted terror that threatened to shatter my mind. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable. Then silence. A profound, echoing silence that was somehow deeper, more absolute than the unnatural hush we had experienced before. When I dared to open my eyes, the laboratory was a wreck. Sarah sparked. Displays were shattered. Sarah lay slumped against the console, pale but conscious. The Keeper was gone. The gaping breach where the blast door had been now showed only the dark, dripping entrance to the maintenance tunnels. It was over. Or so we hoped. The aftermath was a blur of disbelieving authorities, heavily redacted reports, and carefully constructed cover stories. Apex Echo officially never existed. Dr. Evelyn Hayes vanished without a trace, likely through a network of escape routes, even more labyrinthine than Echo Park's tunnels. Zara, armed with the corrupted data she'd managed to salvage, began a long, arduous battle to expose the truth, a fight that would likely consume the rest of her life. And me? Oh, Kalen Vance walked out of Echo Park a ghost of his former self, the prize money irrelevant, the victory a hollow, bitter taste. The world outside, once so vibrant, now seemed muted, overlaid with a faint patina of static, as if I were viewing it through a poorly tuned television. The tinnitus from my esports days was back, but now it carried echoes. Months later, living under a new name in a new city, I tried to find peace. But the rules of Echo Park had been seared into my subconscious. Sometimes sitting in a quiet cafe, the sudden complete cessation of all ambient city noise, traffic, chatter, music would make my heart leap into my throat, my instincts screaming for cover that wasn't there. On foggy mornings, I swear I could hear faint, dissonant hums carried on the mist, whispers that sounded almost like my new assumed name. And the clocks. God, the clocks. Every now and then, late at night, the digital display on my bedside alarm, or a forgotten watch, and a tour, would flicker, its numbers momentarily, impossibly, shifting to display that single dreaded numeral. 13. 0. Then it would correct itself, leaving me in a cold sweat, staring into the darkness, wondering if the keeper was truly gone, or if it was merely biding its time, waiting for the next 13th chime in some other forgotten, echoing park to awaken park once more. The echoes of its passage I knew would resonate within me forever. This wasn't just a game I had survived. It was a frequency I was now permanently, terrifyingly tuned into. Apex Echo. The game is never truly over. Kalen Vance learned that some victories come with a terrifying price. The rules weren't just for survival. They were a terrifying preamble to the Keeper's Hour. The echoes of Echo Park will linger long after the broadcast ends. Seriously, if you didn't stay until the very end, you missed the ultimate twist, the final chilling revelation of what Apex Echo truly harvests. The last few moments will change how you see reality. What do you think the Keeper is? What was Dr. Hayes truly trying to achieve? Share your theories in the comments below. And if you made it out of Echo Park, if the silence hasn't claimed you, then you're already a part of our story. Subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules, because some games, they don't have an exit. And the 13th chime is always waiting. Most people think of summer camp as sunshine and s'mores. I think of it as a place where they promised a game. They delivered a nightmare. Welcome to Blackwater Creek, a ghost town where the population isn't zero. It's just different. My name is Reese Fallon, a detective chasing redemption. But I found myself in a survival contest where the players weren't the only predators. We had 3 strange rules to survive. What's the scariest animal you've ever encountered? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to step into the arena, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because in this town, the shadows bite. The hunt begins now. The rust-pocked, bullet-riddled sign proclaiming welcome to Blackwater Creek. Population 0 was a blatant lie. I could feel a score of unseen eyes watching us from the shadowed, vacant windows of the ghost town. And a cold certainty settled in my gut that not all of them belonged to the living. My name is Reese Fallon, ex-homicide detective, a man whose career had been unceremoniously retired after I dug too deep into a string of ritualistic disappearances the department preferred to label as unfortunate, isolated incidents. Now, debt-ridden and chasing shadows of my former self, the encrypted invitation to Moonhunt Protocol, an exclusive, high-stakes, psychological survival experience with a prize purse that could erase all my problems, felt less like an opportunity and more like a date with a destiny I'd been trying to outrun. Blackwater Creek, nestled deep in a forgotten valley of the Colorado Rockies, was a skeletal monument to a bygone gold rush era. Decrepit wooden buildings leaned at impossible angles, their windows like empty eye sockets. The mine shafts gaped like open maws, exhaling a faint metallic chill. An oppressive silence clung to the place, broken only by the mournful sigh of the wind through the skeletal pine trees and the nervous shuffle of the other contenders. There were about 20 of us, a motley assortment. I spotted a hulking, scar-faced brute I mentally tagged as Jax Calder, already flexing his thick-knuckled hands. A quiet, intense young woman with a shock of crimson hair. Sarah Moreau, her eyes constantly scanning, a small, customized datapad strapped to her wrist. A pair of fresh-faced, wide-eyed kids who looked barely out of their teens. Alara and Finnegan Vance, twins, by the looks of them. A wiry older man with the watchful stillness of a predator. Silas Keene, and a bubbly, almost too cheerful woman named Maya Bishop, already trying to organize a group hug. Fools or lambs to some unseen slaughter, we were herded into the dilapidated town square, centered around a crumbling stone fountain choked with weeds. Suddenly, distorted static crackled from ancient loudspeakers mounted on a nearby telegraph pole, followed by a voice, calm, cultured, unnervingly devoid of inflection. The Game Master. Welcome, participants, to Blackwater Creek, the arena for Moonhunt Protocol. The disembodied voice purred. Your objective is simple. Survive. Within your ranks, a select few have been designated. At nightfall, these marked ones will awaken to their true nature, becoming hunters. The remaining survivors must identify, and by democratic consensus each dusk, eliminate the hunters before they themselves are consumed. The last survivor, or group of survivors, claims the grand stipend. A collective gasp rippled through the assembled players. This wasn't the upscale corporate retreat some had clearly been expecting. To aid in your longevity, the Game Master continued, its tone chillingly detached. 3 fundamental protocols are now in effect. Adherence is paramount. 1. Never be the last individual to achieve slumber within your designated cabin. The final waking consciousness draws the night's undivided attention. 2. Should you observe any participant obsessively examining their own dentition in a reflective surface, or exhibiting acutely heightened olfactory or auditory sensitivity beyond normal parameters, report said individual to the Game Master immediately via your private communication channel. By the time their canines visibly elongate or their irises flash vermilion, negotiation is ill-advised. 3. If you discover scratch marks originating from the exterior of your cabin door upon waking, it signifies that the activated attempted ingress but failed. You were safe for that lunar cycle. However, should such marks appear on the interior of your door, you must activate your personal crimson distress beacon without delay. You have become both evidence and a dire warning. The loudspeakers fell silent, leaving only the whisper of the wind and the sudden, sharp intake of 20 terrified breaths. I noticed then, with a jolt, a tiny, almost imperceptible puncture mark on my own shoulder, and on the exposed skin of several others nearby. A pinprick, like a recent, forgotten injection. My detective's intuition screamed, a silent alarm far more pressing than any from this so-called Game Master. Sierra Moreau caught my eye, her lips a thin, grim line, one hand protectively covering a similar mark on her own neck. Zila's Kina. The quiet observer was already methodically checking the integrity of the door on the nearest cabin, his expression unreadable. The game had already begun, and the unseen hand was already tightening its grip. The first night in Blackwater Creek descended like a tangible shroud, thick with the scent of damp earth, decaying wood, and a primal, unnerving musk that seemed to seep from the very soil. Panic, thinly veiled by bluster and forced camaraderie, set in almost immediately. Cabins, barely more than rickety wooden shells, became coveted fortresses. Alliances, however fragile and self-serving, were hastily formed. I found myself in a tense, unspoken truce with Sierra Moreau and the overly chatty Maya Bishop, occupying a slightly larger 2-room cabin near the old SA office. Elara and Finnegan Vance, the twins, had barricaded themselves into a smaller shack across the square, their pale faces occasionally visible in the flickering orange glow of a salvaged oil lamp. Jax Calder, unsurprisingly, claimed the largest, most defensible structure, the old saloon, for himself, his booming threats daring anyone to approach. Silas Keene had simply vanished into the deepening shadows. No one slept easily. The first rule, never be the last to achieve slumber, hung over us like a particularly cruel executioner's axe. We took turns on watch, our ears straining against the oppressive silence for any sound, any sign. Maya, despite her earlier cheerfulness, was the first to succumb to exhaustion, her breathing evening out into shallow, uneasy sleep. Sarah, her datapad casting a faint blue glow on her focused face as she scanned for something, followed an hour later, her head slumping against her shoulder. I fought it, my cop instinct screaming, my mind replaying the Game Master's chilling pronouncements. But the bone-deep weariness, the adrenaline crash after the initial shock, eventually claimed me. A woman's scream, raw and terror-filled, ripped through the pre-dawn stillness, jolting me awake. It was cut off abruptly, followed by a series of wet, tearing sounds and a low, guttural snarl that was entirely horrifyingly inhuman. By the time the braver, or perhaps more foolish, among us dared to investigate, the sun was a pale, reluctant disk on the horizon. The source of the scream was a small cabin on the outskirts of the town square, its door splintered, hanging askew from one hinge. Inside, it was a slaughterhouse. The victim, a young man I vaguely remembered from the initial assembly, was barely recognizable. Claw marks, deep and savage, raked across the walls, the floor, the shredded remains of his sleeping bag. The metallic tang of fresh blood and that distinct wild musk were overpowering. Jax Calder was one of the first on the scene, his face a mask of grim satisfaction. "Looks like one of the sheep didn't make it," he grunted, nudging a piece of torn fabric with his heavy boot. Then someone gasped. There, on the cuff of Jax's thick leather jacket, was a dark, glistening smear of what looked suspiciously like fresh blood. Contender Liam O'Connell. Eliminated, the Game Master's voice announced calmly from the loudspeakers, seemingly indifferent to the carnage. The first democratic reckoning will commence at dusk in the town square. Deliberate. Choose wisely. The afternoon was a crucible of paranoia and accusation. Jax, with his brute strength and the damning bloodstain, was the obvious target. He vehemently denied any involvement, claiming he'd been hunting and had messy proof in the form of a skinned rabbit. But fear is a powerful persuader. The vote was almost unanimous, despite my own internal reservations. The killing felt too frenzied, too animalistic for even Jax's brutality. The social pressure was immense. As security personnel, two imposing figures, in tactical gear and full-face visors, who had appeared as if from nowhere, escorted a raging, protesting Jax Calder away. I saw Sierra Moore watching, her expression thoughtful, almost disappointed. Later, as a blood-orange sun began to dip below the jagged peaks, Reese Fallon, using the investigative skills he thought he'd buried, went back to the scene of O'Connell's death. The cabin had been superficially cleaned by the Game Master's unseen crew. But one detail caught his eye, something almost everyone had missed in the initial horror. Beneath a loose floorboard, hidden by a tatter of the sleeping bag, was a small, intricately carved wooden wolf. Not a toy, more like a fetish, an idol. And beside it, almost invisible, a single long strand of striking crimson hair. Hair that didn't belong to O'Connell. Hair that exactly matched Sierra Moreau's. The elimination of Jax Calder, whether justified or a tragic misdirection, did little to alleviate the suffocating paranoia that now gripped Blackwater Creek. If anything, it intensified it. If even a brute like Jax could be taken down by the group, who was truly safe? And who, amongst the remaining nervous faces, now harbored the mark of the hunter? Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking threat. Every shared glance was fraught with suspicion. The Game Master's rules, once bizarre pronouncements, now felt like a grim, unholy scripture. Survival became a desperate, minute-by-minute calculus. Food and water, though initially provided in sparse caches by the Game Master, were beginning to dwindle, forcing reluctant foraging expeditions into the decaying, trap-laden buildings. Sleep was a coveted, feared luxury. Alliances, always tentative, frayed and reformed with each new rumor, each perceived slight. The twins, Elara and Finnegan Vance, were rarely seen, having seemingly retreated into an almost feral state of self-preservation, their youthful faces now hollow-eyed and gaunt. Maya Bishop's forced optimism had curdled into a brittle, near-hysterical cheerfulness that was almost more unsettling than overt fear. Siadaskina remained an enigma, a ghost who sometimes left cryptic, almost unhelpful warnings scrawled in charcoal on cabin doors. The moon sees all. Listen to the stones, not the whispers, before vanishing again. It was Ilara Vance who triggered the next horrifying lesson in Blackwater's curriculum of dread. I'd been sharing a meager meal of scavenged canned beans with Sierra and a visibly shaken Maya in our cabin when we heard a small, hesitant knock. It was Ilara, her twin Finnegan hovering anxiously behind her. Her eyes were wide, darting. You have to help me," she stammered, her voice barely a whisper. It's Thomas, from the cabin near the old livery. He's not right." Thomas, a quiet, unassuming man in his late 40s, had kept mostly to himself. Ilara explained in fragmented, terrified bursts that she'd seen him earlier, crouched by a rain barrel, staring intently at his reflection in the murky water, not just looking, but examining his teeth, running a dirty finger along his gums with a disturbing, almost obsessive focus. Then, later, she'd seen him sniffing the air with an unnatural intensity, his head cocked like a hunting dog, his nostrils flaring as he tracked the scent of a squirrel Silas Keene had managed to trap. If you observe any participant obsessively examining their own dentition, or exhibiting acutely heightened olfactory or auditory sensitivity, report them immediately. The second rule. My blood ran cold. Zera's hand immediately went to her datapad. "The private channel," she murmured. "We have to." Maya, however, protested. "But we don't know for sure. What if he's just stressed, paranoid, like the rest of us?" "The gaming master said report obsessive examination, acutely heightened senses." Sarah countered, her voice firm despite a slight tremor. "Ilara saw it. That's enough for a report. We don't make the judgment call." She sent the encrypted message. The game master's response was chillingly swift. Within minutes, the two visored security personnel arrived at Thomas's cabin. There were muffled shouts, the sound of a brief struggle, then silence. Thomas was escorted away, his face a mask of bewildered terror. He didn't look like a monster. He just looked lost. Contender Thomas Ashton, quarantined for behavioral assessment. The game master's voice announced blandly over the loudspeakers. Not eliminated, quarantined. The distinction was unsettling. That night, the remaining survivors held a tense, whispered town meeting. The fear was a palpable entity in the room. Were the hunters aware of their condition? Were they cunning, manipulative, hiding amongst us? Or were they like Thomas, perhaps unwilling victims themselves, consumed by something they couldn't control? Zara, using her datapad, showed us enhanced footage she'd covertly captured of Thomas just before he was taken. For a fleeting second, as he turned his head in the dim light, his eyes had seemed to reflect the lamplight with an unnatural, yellowish sheen. And were his fingernails slightly thicker, more claw-like than before? Or was it just the power of suggestion, the paranoia seeping into our perceptions? I found myself obsessively checking my own reflection in dusty window panes, acutely aware of every twinge in my gums, every heightened sound or scent. The true terror of Moonhunt Protocol wasn't just the fear of the monster in the darkness. It was the dawning, sickening realization that the monster might be lurking within your own skin, or within the trusted face of a friend. Later, while fortifying our cabin, I found it. A small, crudely fashioned medical kit hidden beneath a loose floorboard in the old SA office. It contained several syringes, still sealed, filled with a clear, viscous liquid, and a sheaf of badly water-damaged research notes. The letterhead was almost illegible, but I could just make out the faint imprint of an official-looking crest. Something involving a stylized wolf's head and a crescent moon, and the words project Lycon. Phase the 3 trial. Behavioral modification. Agen test. Active subjects. Blackwater Creek Containment Zone. My training in recognizing forged documents and hidden clues screamed at me. This wasn't just a game. We were rats in someone's goddamn laboratory. The quarantine of Thomas Ashton, followed by the Gamer Master's chillingly neutral announcement, sent a fresh wave of cold dread through the remaining contenders. He hadn't been eliminated in the same way O'Connell had been savagely killed, or Jax Calder had been democratically removed. Behavioral assessment. The phrase reeked of cold, clinical observation, of something far more insidious than a simple survival game turned bloody. My discovery of the medical kit and the Project Lycaon notes only deepened my suspicion that we were all unwilling participants in a horrifying experiment, disguised as entertainment. Sarah, when I shared my findings with her in hushed tones, her face grim in the flickering candlelight, agreed. Her datapad had picked up traces of complex chemical compounds in the air around the cabins of those who had been acting strangely. Nothing conclusive, but deeply unsettling. The nights became almost unbearable. Every creak of aging wood, every rustle in the undergrowth, every distant howl. Was it wind, a coyote, or something far worse? Sent our hearts leaping into our throats. Sleep, when it came, was shallow, haunted by dreams of elongated snouts, glowing eyes, and the inescapable, chilling touch of cool, sharp teeth raking across vulnerable skin. Another hunter, or perhaps more than one, working in terrifying concert, struck during the third night. No screams this time, just silence. In the morning, 2 more contenders were gone from their cabin, their door barricaded from the inside, but signs of a violent struggle were evident through a broken window. Splintered wood, dark stains soaking into the rough-hewn floorboards, the overwhelming, nauseatingly thick scent of that wild, musky odor. This time, however, there was something new. Deep, vicious claw marks raked not only the exterior of their cabin walls, as if something had desperately tried to get in, but also, and this sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins, on the inside of ice through my veins, the door of the adjacent, empty cabin, as if whatever had taken them had tried, and failed, to escape its own confinement. Ilara Vance, Finnegan's twin, let out a sound of pure, animalistic grief that was more terrifying than any creature's howl. Her brother was gone. Maya Bishop, her cheerfulness long since extinguished, tried to comfort her. But there was no solace to be found in Blackwater Creek. The discovery of the internal scratch marks set a new horrifying precedent. The third rule: if you find scratch marks on the interior of your door, you must activate your personal Crimson Distress beacon without delay. You have become both evidence and a dire warning. The implication was clear. The marked ones, the hunters, might not even be aware of their own transformation until it was too late, their subconscious, beastly selves trying to claw their way out while their human minds slept. The paranoia in the camp reached fever pitch. Silas Keener, the quiet observer, began to speak in even more cryptic riddles, his eyes constantly scanning the tree line, muttering about the blood moon's hunger and the silver that sings the beast to sleep or to its grave. He seemed to possess an unnerving, almost preternatural understanding of the town's deeper rhythms. Then, it happened to me. I awoke with a jolt from a particularly vivid nightmare. I was running on all fours through the moonlit forest, the wind whipping through my fur, an insatiable hunger driving me, the scent of terror and warm blood intoxicating. My heart was pounding, my skin slick with a cold sweat. As the dregs of the dream receded, I became aware of a dull ache in my fingertips, a strange stiffness in my jaw, and a sound, a faint rhythmic scratching. It took a moment for my sleep-clouded brain to process. The sound was coming from my own cabin door, and it was coming from the inside. My blood turned to ice, numbly. With a dread so profound it felt like I was moving through water, I reached for my flashlight. The beam wavered, then steadied on the rough pine planks of the door, and there they were, faint. Yes, almost invisible in the dim pre-dawn light, but undeniably present. 3 shallow but distinct scratch marks arcing downwards from just below the doorknob, as if someone or something, using my hand unknown to my conscious self, had tried to claw its way out into the night. My breath caught in my throat. The feel of my own fingernails as I involuntarily touched them suddenly seemed too thick, too hard, the keratin strangely prominent at their tips, the vague, persistent ache in my jaw. Was it my imagination? Or did my teeth feel sharper, longer, more crowded in my mouth than they had before? The third rule screamed in my mind. You have become both evidence and a dire warning. The small crimson distress beacon, issued to each of us upon arrival, lay on the rickety bedside table, its plastic surface cool and mocking. To activate it meant accepting an unknown fate, surrendering to the Game Master's quarantine, becoming another behavioral assessment. To ignore it meant endangering Sierra, Maya, Elara, anyone left. It meant accepting that the monster I was hunting might in fact be staring back at me from my own reflection. And the deepest, most terrifying part of me, a primal whisper from a place I didn't recognize, wanted to ignore it. It wanted the moon. It wanted to hunt. The decision tore at Reese Fallon with the savagery of any physical wound. To press the crimson beacon was to admit an unimaginable horror, to surrender to the Game Master's cold, clinical assessment, to ignore the scratches, the growing unease in his own flesh, was to become the very predator he was trying to unmask, to endanger Sierra, Maya, Elara, the few remaining souls in this forsaken town. His nightmares were no longer just dreams. They were rehearsals. The phantom taste of blood, the exhilarating power coursing through him as he ran on all fours through the moon-drenched forest. It felt terrifyingly, seductively real. He found Sarah just as dawn was painting the bruised sky with reluctant streaks of gray. Her face was drawn, her eyes hollow from another sleepless night, but her gaze sharpened when she saw the raw conflict etched on his. He didn't need to speak, he just held out his hands, showing her the faint, but undeniable, reddened abrasions on his fingertips, the subtle thickening of his nails. Then, wordlessly, he pointed to the inside of his cabin door. Sierra's breath hitched. There was no accusation in her eyes, only a profound shared dread. The protocol, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Reese, you have to. The blood moon, as Silas Kina had cryptically prophesied, ascended that night, a malevolent rust-colored orb, hanging low and heavy in the star-dusted Alaskan sky. It bathed Blackwater Creek in an eerie sanguine aglow, and with its rise, something ancient and predatory stirred in the very air, in the marrow of those still human, and in the unleashed savagery of those who were not. Reese, after a tense, whispered conversation with a tearful Maya and a grimly determined Sierra, had made his choice. Just before dusk, as the Game Master's voice announced the commencement of the lunar enrichment period, he pressed the crimson beacon. Within minutes, the 2 visored security personnel arrived, their movements swift, impersonal. They didn't speak, just gestured with their stun prods towards the old sheriff's office, towards the silver-lined cells in its crumbling basement. As they led him away, he caught Sierra's eye. She gave a minute, almost imperceptible nod, a silent promise to keep fighting, to find the truth. The cell was cold, damp, the silver bars glinting cruelly in the faint light filtering from a barred window high above. And as the blood moon climbed higher, the change began. It wasn't a dramatic Hollywood transformation. It was an insidious outbreak from a heightening of senses that was almost painful. Every rustle of straw, every drip of water, every distant footfall, amplified 1,000-fold. A gnawing, insatiable hunger began to twist his insides. A hunger not for food, but for something warm, something vital. His bones ached, his muscles coiled with a restless, unfamiliar power. And the whispers that had always been at the edge of his hearing now roared. A primal chorus urging him to break free, to hunt, to feed. He fought it, clinging to the image of his old badge, to the reporter's creed of truth, to Sarah's determined face. But the beast was strong. Outside his cell, Blackwater Creek descended into chaos. Screams, not all human, echoed through the deserted streets. The remaining activated Jax Calder. If he had somehow survived his early reported elimination, or if others had turned, and perhaps Thomas Ashton, his behavioral assessment clearly a horrifying failure, were on the loose, their howls a chilling counterpoint to the terrified cries of the few remaining survivors. Elara Vance, driven mad by grief and terror, was seen running wildly towards the old mine entrance, followed by something large and dark. Maya Bishop and Silas Keene had barricaded themselves in the general store, the sound of splintering wood and guttural snarls audible even from Ria's cell. It was Sarah Moreau, armed with her datapad and a desperate courage, who decided to fight back not just against the monsters in the dark, but against the puppet master pulling their strings. Using the sporadic bursts of electricity from Blackwater Creek's failing generator, and bypassing the game master's localized network jammers with a skill that spoke of years honing her craft, she began to trace the origin of the security personnel, deployments, the quarantine protocols, the very voice of the game master itself. Her search led her, not to a remote satellite uplink or a hidden military bunker, but to a heavily reinforced, geothermally heated structure tucked away behind the ruins of the old Blackwater Assay Office, a building that hadn't been on any of the town maps. It was a state-of-the-art, if compact, biological and neurological research facility. And at its heart, surrounded by monitors displaying biometric data from every contender, past and present, sat Dr. Evelyn Shaw. She wasn't just a voice anymore. She was very real. Her ageless face illuminated by the cold blue light of her screens. A faint, predatory smile playing on her lips as she observed the carnage unfolding in Blackwater Creek, like a particularly engrossing nature documentary. Fascinating, Dr. Shaw murmured to herself, as Sarah's hidden camera feed, patched into the town's decaying security system, relayed her image. Subject Fallon's resistance to stage 3 lycanthropic dominance is noteworthy. The basiline psychological trauma appears to be creating an unexpected inhibitory effect. More data required. She made a precise notation on a datapad. Sierra, her heart pounding, realized the horrifying truth. This wasn't a game about an ancient curse. This was a laboratory. They weren't contenders. They were lab rats. And Dr. Shaw wasn't just a game master. She was the mad scientist who had willingly, deliberately, unleashed this nightmare, all for her research. The marked ones hadn't been chosen by fate or moonlight. They had been injected, dosed, activated by her. The rules weren't for survival. They were carefully calibrated stimuli in her horrific experiment. As Sarah prepared to transmit everything she had gathered, the Lycane Project files, the live feed of Dr. Shaw, the whole grotesque truth, to whatever outside contact she still possessed, a new alert flashed on Shaw's main console. Containment breach. Sublevel 2. Specimen Alpha has bypassed Omega protocols. Dr. Shaw's predatory smile vanished, replaced by a flicker of genuine, almost horrified surprise. Alpha? she breathed. "Ah!" But he wasn't scheduled for full activation until the solstice apex. Before she could react, a deafening roar, far deeper and more powerful than any of the pitiful howls from the town above, erupted from somewhere deep within her own facility. The lights flickered violently, and then the reinforced door to her control room began to buckle inwards, dented by an unimaginable force from the other side. Her perfect controlled experiment was about to receive a very unwelcome, very dominant, new variable. The reinforced door to Dr. Shaw's hidden laboratory imploded inwards with a deafening shriek of tortured metal, ripped from its hinges as if it were tinfoil, and through the breach stepped not one of the desperate, half-transformed figures from the town above, but something else entirely. It was immense, easily 8 feet tall, a grotesque parody of the werewolf form, its fur a matted, unnatural black, its eyes burning with a malevolent crimson intelligence that spoke not of primal hunger, but of ancient calculating rage. This was no mere activated subject. This was Specimen Alpha, or perhaps the original source of whatever Shaw had been synthesizing and perverting. Dr. Shaw, for the first time since the game began, looked genuinely terrified. Her carefully constructed composure shattered like cheap glass. "Security," she shrieked into her comm, fumbling with a control panel. "Code Umbra contains Specimen Alpha now." But no visored security personnel responded. They were likely already dead, or had wisely fled. The alpha wolf let out a guttural snarl, a sound that vibrated through the very floor, and advanced on Shaw, its massive claws, tipped with what looked like obsidian, clicking on the steriles. Meanwhile, in his silver-lined cell, Reese was fighting his own losing battle. The crimson moon, the screams, the scent of blood, it was all fueling the beast within. His bones felt like they were on fire, reshaping themselves. His vision was blurring, tinged with red. He could feel the coarse fur beginning to sprout on his arms, his jaw elongating, his teeth aching with a desire to rend and tear. The silver bars, however, pulsed with a faint, almost painful energy, a cold fire that seemed to hold the full transformation just barely at bay. A frustrating, agonizing check on his burgeoning power. Zara, witnessing the chaos in Shaw's lab via her hacked feed, knew this was her only chance. The Alpha confronting Shaw was an unforeseen disaster, but also an opportunity. With the Gamer Master distracted, her systems likely in disarray, Sarah worked with frantic precision, not just to transmit her data, but to locate the central control mechanism for whatever chemical or sonic agent Shaw was using to activate the contenders. The Lycan project notes had mentioned a primary dispersal unit and a neural inhibitor frequency. If she could reverse it or neutralize it, the battle in the lab was short and brutal. Specimen Alpha, with its unnatural strength and terrifying speed, tore through Shaw's desperate attempts at defense, automated turrets, energy barriers, as if they were cobwebs. Shaw, her face a mask of disbelief and terror, was finally cornered. "You were supposed to be controllable," she screamed at the advancing beast. "The Pact, the original Blackwater blood. I am your inheritor." The alpha wolf paused, its crimson eyes fixing on her, and for a horrifying moment, a flicker of something akin to sardonic amusement seemed to cross its bestial features. Then, it lunged. Sarah mercifully cut the visual feed. The Shaw's final, agonized scream echoed through the comms. With Shaw gone, and her control systems likely damaged or inoperative, Sarah focused all her efforts on the dispersal unit. She found the override codes, the inhibitor frequencies. It was a long shot, a desperate gamble based on fragmented data and a prayer. She initiated the sequence. Back in his cell, Reese felt it. A sudden disorienting wave of nausea, followed by a profound, almost paralyzing weakness. The fire in his bones receded. The agonizing ache in his jaw lessened. The red mist in his vision began to clear. The whispers, the primal hunger, didn't vanish entirely, but they retreated, becoming a dull, manageable throb rather than an overwhelming roar. He was still changed, but he was, for the moment at least, mostly himself again. He wasn't the only one. Throughout Blackwater Creek, the howls began to change, morphing from bestial rage into sounds of confusion, pain, and dawning, horrified human realization. He activated. Those who had survived the night's carnage were detransforming, finding themselves naked, bloodied, and utterly bewildered in the ruins of the ghost town. Sierra, her work done, slumped against the console, exhausted but alive. She had no idea what had happened to Specimen Alpha after it dealt with Dr. Shaw. Perhaps it had simply vanished, its purpose fulfilled, or its connection to this plane severed with Shaw's death. Or perhaps it was still out there, a truer, more ancient horror, now unleashed upon the world. As a pale gray dawn finally broke over the ravaged landscape of Blackwater Creek, Reese, Sierra, and a handful of other dazed, traumatized survivors, including a near catatonic Alara Vance and a strangely subdued Silas Keene, stumbled out of their respective hells. The town was a charnel house. The game was over, but the hunt, Reese suspected, had only just begun. They found a battered but functional emergency radio in the ruins of Shaw's lab. Zara, her voice hoarse, began to transmit a desperate and had to authorize distress call, broadcasting not just their location, but the damning evidence of Project Lycon and the nightmare of Moonhunt Protocol. The weeks and months that followed the Blackwater Creek incident were a blur of hushed government inquiries, heavily redacted reports, and carefully managed media silence. Moonhunt Protocol was officially dismissed as an elaborate, illegal underground reality game, orchestrated by a rogue, deceased scientist, Dr. Evelyn Shaw. Dr. Evelyn Shaw. The survivors' accounts of lycanthropic transformations and experimental mutagens were attributed to mass hysteria, hallucinogens unknowingly ingested, and extreme psychological duress. Blackwater Creek itself was declared a hazardous chemical spill site, a legacy of its old mining days, and permanently quarantined. Its secrets and its lingering horrors buried beneath layers of official denial. Reese Fallon tried to piece his life back together. The prize money was never mentioned, likely seized or simply non-existent. His old world, the one of unpaid bills and a tarnished reputation, seemed almost preferable to the terrible clarity he now possessed. The nightmares didn't cease. They just changed. Now, he dreamt of silver bars glowing in the moonlight, of his own hands, tipped with claws, tearing at unyielding wood. He mostly kept to himself. The profound sense of otherness, of the beast still slumbering just beneath his skin, a constant, unwelcome companion. His senses remained unnaturally acute, especially on nights when the moon was full, a silver scar across the inky sky. The scent of blood, the rhythm of a heartbeat, the fierce sweat of a cornered animal. These things now registered with a primal, disconcerting clarity. Zara Moreau, armed with the fragmented data she'd salvaged, waged a lonely, thankless war against the bureaucratic walls of silence. She published her findings on obscure tour sites, sent anonymous tips to investigative journalists, most of whom dismissed her as a crank, and tried to track the shadowy shell corporations that had undoubtedly funded Dr. Shaw's project, Lycaon. She became a ghost in the machine, a digital Cassandra warning of horrors few were willing to believe. She and Reese kept in sporadic, cautious contact, two survivors clinging to a shared, unbelievable truth. Alara Vance, tragically, never fully recovered, The loss of her twin, combined with the horrors she'd witnessed, had fractured something deep within her. She lived in a state of perpetual twilight anxiety, haunted by the howls only she could still sometimes hear. Silas Keene, the quiet man, had simply vanished back into whatever wilderness or anonymity had spawned him, leaving no trace. Perhaps he had his own ways of dealing with the moon's call. One crisp autumn evening, months after Blackwater, Reese was walking alone in a deserted park, the full harvest moon hanging like a baleful eye in the sky. He felt it then, the familiar, restless ache in his bones, the heightened senses, the low, guttural thrumming in his chest that was both a memory and a terrible, familiar promise. He looked at his hands. His fingernails, even in the dim park light, seemed longer, sharper. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through him. The beast was stirring. But this time, there was something different. A flicker of control, a sliver of understanding gained from that horrific night in the silver-lined cell. He looked up at the moon, its cold, silver light bathing his face. He was no longer just Reese Fallon, disgraced reporter. He was something more, something scarred, something changed, something still deeply, terrifyingly connected to the primal heart of Blackwater Creek. He felt a sudden, fierce desire, not to hunt, not to succumb, but to understand, to control. Dr. Shaw had sought to exploit the beast. Perhaps he, Reese, could find a different path. Then, from the edge of the darkened woods bordering the park, he heard it. A low, mournful howl, not the crazed, drug-induced shriek of the activated from Shaw's experiment. This was something older, wilder, imbued with a profound, untamed sorrow. And it sounded familiar, like a summons. A battered pickup truck, its headlights off, pulled up silently beside the park entrance. The driver's side window rolled down. In the dim moonlight, Reese could just make out the driver's silhouette. It was Silas Keene. His eyes, even in the darkness, seemed to hold an unnatural, knowing glint. Moon's high Fallon Keene rumbled, his voice like stones grinding together. The old paths are open tonight. Some of us, we got a different kind of game to play now. A real hunt, not for sport, for balance. He paused, his gaze intense. You still got that fire in your blood. Question is, you gonna let it burn you down? Or are you gonna learn to point its heat where it's truly needed? Reese looked from Keene to the beckoning darkness of the woods, to the silver-scarred moon above. The choice, he realized, was still his. The curse of Blackwater Creek, or perhaps now, its terrible, unwelcome gift, was a path he would have to walk, one way or another. The howling from the woods came again, closer this time, expectant. And this time, a faint, reflexive growl rumbled deep within Reese Fallon's own chest in answer. The hunt within was far from over. It was just evolving. Blackwater Creek is a scar on the world, and its mark runs deeper than teeth. Reese Fallon learned that some games don't end when the sun rises. The rules were just the preface to a horrifying transformation, a descent into savagery. The moon hunt protocol is over, but the beast remains. Seriously, if you didn't stay until the very end, you missed the ultimate revelation, the twist that reveals the true, terrifying aftermath of Blackwater Creek. The last few moments change everything. What do you think Project Lycaon was truly about? What became of Specimen Alpha? Share your theories in the comments below. And if you made it through the night in Blackwater Creek, if the moon hasn't claimed you, then you're already a part of our pack. Subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules, because some transformations are permanent, and the hunt is eternal. Most people think of summer camp as sunshine and s'mores. I think of it as a place where the woods remember, And the rules aren't for fun. Welcome to Camp Havenwood, nestled deep in the Serpentine Ridge of West Virginia. A place that felt less like a new beginning and more like a penance. My name is Alex Parker, and I came here running from my grief. Instead, I was given 3 strange rules just to stay alive. What's the creepiest place you've ever been in the woods? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to join our campfire, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because at Havenwood, the pines don't just whisper, they watch. The season begins now. The pines at Camp Havenwood didn't just whisper with the West Virginian wind. They whispered ancient secrets, buried sorrows. And if I listened closely enough in the dead of night, they seemed to whisper the name of my sister, Lily, an echo I'd do, driven hundreds of miles, across state lines, to try and escape. My name is Alex Parker, ex-elementary school teacher, current fugitive from a grief so profound it had become a second shadow. Lily had loved the woods, right up until they'd claimed her during a camping trip I was supposed to be supervising. Yearlies and more seed. Now, the towering trees and the dappled sunlight of Camp Havenwood, nestled deep within the rugged folds of the Serpentine Ridge, felt less like a new beginning and more like a perverse, self-inflicted penance. The camp itself possessed a rustic, almost anachronistic charm. Log cabins with fieldstone chimneys, a sprawling timber-framed mess hall, and a clear, fast-flowing creek. Viridian Creek, the brochure had called it, that snaked its way along the property's western edge. But beneath the idyllic surface, there was an undercurrent, a subtle wrongness. The silence between bird calls felt too profound. The shadows beneath the ancient hemlocks seemed too langite, darker than they should. Eliza Montgomery, the camp director, greeted me with a warm, grandmotherly smile that didn't quite reach her disconcertingly pale blue eyes. She was a woman in her late 50s, her silver hair pulled back in a neat bun, her movements economical and precise, respected, almost revered, by the returning staff, like Marcus Reed, a taciturn, seasoned counselor who offered me a curt nod. Eliza embodied the spirit of Camp Havenwood, wholesome, traditional, and deeply rooted in the local lore. She walked me through the orientation, her voice a soothing balm, until she handed me a small, linen-bound staff handbook. Tucked inside, on a separate age-yellowed card, were 3 handwritten rules, penned in a stark, no-nonsense script. These are Havenwood traditions, Alex, Eliza said, her smile softening, but her gaze becoming oddly distant, almost veiled, passed down through generations. They help ensure harmony with the land, with the children. Please, adhere to them closely. The rules were simple, yet deeply unsettling. The creek water runs red for 1 hour at high noon. Do not let campers near it. You find small carved wooden figures left on cabin porches. Burn them. Don't keep them. A camper claims the old hermit in the woods gave them a gift. Confiscate the gift and send the camper to Nurse Holloway immediately. I nodded, feigning understanding, though a cold knot was already tightening in my stomach. Traditions, I echoed. Eliza's smile returned, brighter this time, but her pale eyes lingered on me a moment too long, as if searching for something. Later, as I unpacked in my assigned cabin, a small rustic affair smelling faintly of pine needles and damp earth. I noticed it, etched almost invisibly into the weathered wood of the windowsill, nearly obscured by a fresh coat of varnish, was a crude, spidery symbol. A spiral connected to a series of sharp triangular marks. It looked unsettlingly like a weeping eye, and beneath it, so faint I almost missed it, someone had scratched a single desperate word. Listen. The first few days of camp at Havenwood unfolded with a deceptive, sun-dappled normality. Children's laughter echoed through the pines, The scent of wood smoke and toasted marshmallows mingled with the crisp mountain air, and my own ghosts, for a blessed while, seemed to retreat into the shadows. I threw myself into the rhythms of camp life, nature hikes, arts and crafts, campfire stories, finding a fragile solace in the innocent energy of the campers. I connected easily with most of them, my teacher instincts kicking in. But it was 10-year-old Lucy Chen, a quiet, observant girl with a startlingly perceptive gaze, and a sketchbook always in hand, who particularly drew my attention. There was an old soul quality about her, a sensitivity that reminded me achingly of Lily. Marcus Reed, the veteran counselor, remained an enigma, efficient, knowledgeable about the woods, but reserved to the point of being taciturn. He offered practical advice on managing homesick campers and avoiding poison ivy, but steered clear of any deeper conversation about the camp's peculiarities. Then, on the third day, precisely as the sun reached its zenith, the first rule made its unnerving debut. I was leading my group, Lucy among them, on a nature walk along the banks of Viridian Creek. The water, moments before crystal clear and babbling cheerfully over moss-covered stones, began to change, a faint pinkish tinge at first, then deepening, swirling, until the entire creek ran a vivid, shocking crimson, like diluted blood. A faint, metallic tang mixed with the scent of wet earth, and something else, something vaguely organic and unsettling, rose from its surface. The children gasped, a mixture of fascination and unease. "Wow, Kool-Aid Creek," one boy exclaimed, but Lucy Chen just stared, her small face pale, her perceptive eyes wide with a nascent, unchildlike fear. "Mr. Parker," she whispered, tugging on my sleeve. "The water, it looks like it's crying blood." Before I could formulate a response, Eliza Montgomery appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, her usual calm demeanor now overlaid with a subtle steel-edged urgency. "Children, children," she called, her voice a little too bright. "Time for arts and crafts. The creek is having one of its special moments. Best to let it be." She smoothly herded them away, her gaze flicking towards me, a silent, pointed reminder of the rule. Later, she explained it away as a rare natural blooming of iron-rich sediment from an upstream spring, activated by the midday sun. It sounded plausible, almost, but the way Lucy had looked at the water, the way Eliza had materialized so quickly, it left a residue of disquiet. One boy, a boisterous redhead named Tom, had splashed his hands in the water just before Eliza arrived. That night, he complained of an itchy rash and unsettling, vivid dreams he couldn't quite describe. The next morning, the second rule manifested. As I stepped out of my cabin, I found it. A small, crudely carved wooden figure, no bigger than my thumb, placed neatly on the porch railing. It was a stylized representation of a howling wolf cub, its tiny wooden fangs bared. It was surprisingly detailed for such a rough carving, and unnervingly evocative. Later, at breakfast, a visibly pale Lily Chen, Lucy's usually more outgoing cabin mate, showed me an almost identical figure. This one, a screaming child that she'd found on her own porch. Eliza, when I brought them to her attention, simply smiled that enigmatic, distant smile. "Ah, yes, the forest's little offerings," she said, her voice soft. "A charming, if rather primitive, local tradition. The old ways say we should return them to the fire, Alex. A gesture of gratitude helps keep the balance, you see." She gathered the small, disturbing totems from my hand, and without another word, tossed them into the crackling flames of the morning mess hall fireplace. The wood hissed, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw the wolf cub's carved eyes gleam red in the embers before it was consumed. Lucy Chen, who had silently watched the exchange, looked inexplicably saddened by their destruction. That evening, as a premature twilight began to settle over the valley, I was walking near the edge of the woods. The cicadas song a shrill, incessant hum, and beneath it, I heard something else, a whisper, faint and low, almost lost in the chirping, seeming to drift from the deepest, darkest part of the pines. It wasn't words, not quite, more like a sighing, and for a terrifying instant, I could have sworn it was calling a name, Lucy's. The unsettling incidents began to accumulate, small tears in the idyllic fabric of Camp Havenwood. Tom, the boy who'd touched the Crimson Creek water, became withdrawn, his nights plagued by vivid, disturbing dreams he couldn't articulate, but which left him pale and trembling by morning. He started sketching compulsively in his notebook. Not at camp scenes, but strange, spidery figures lurking amidst dark trees, and swirling red patterns that mirrored the brief, bloody transformation of Viridian Creek. His cabin mates reported he'd begun talking in his sleep, muttering about an old man with eyes like bark who lived deep in the woods. The other counselors, including the usually unflappable Marcus Reed, seemed to notice the shift in the camp's atmosphere, the subtle undercurrent of anxiety that now permeated the children's laughter. But they adhered to an unspoken code of silence, deflecting my tentative questions with vague platitudes about mountain superstitions or the power of suggestion on young minds. Eliza Montgomery, however, seemed almost serene, her calm a jarring contrast to the growing unease. Then, the third rule made its presence known. It was late afternoon, during free time. A small, usually timid girl named Samira Patel, from Lucy Chen's cabin, ran to me, her face a mixture of excitement and a deeper, unnameable fear. It was a crudely fashioned necklace, a string of dried, unfamiliar berries interspersed with small, polished animal knuckle bones, and at its center, a single, yellowed, wickedly sharp canine tooth. "Mr. Parker, look!" Samira stammered, holding it out. "The old hermit in the woods, he gave it to me," he said. "He said it was special, to keep the bad dreams away." A chill, colder than the mountain air, traced its way down my spine. The necklace felt unnaturally cold to the touch, and it emanated a faint, musky, distinctly animalistic odor. I remembered Eliza's third rule with a jolt. A camper claims the old hermit in the woods gave them a gift. Confiscate the gift and send the camper to Nurse Holloway immediately. Trying to keep my voice even, I gently took the grotesque offering from Samira. "That's very interesting, Samira. Why don't we go see Nurse Holloway? She likes to know about all the special things found around camp." Nurse Holloway, a stern, apricot-fronted older woman named Mildred Thorne, no relation to the Marcus, as far as I knew, though the shared surname felt like another of Havenwood's unsettling coincidences, accepted the necklace with a grim practiced air, her lips a thin, disapproving line. She didn't ask questions. She simply took it, dropped it into a locked metal box she kept under her desk, gave Samira a glass of milky, strangely sweet-smelling herbal tea, and instructed her to lie down in the infirmary's quiet room for observation. The whole exchange was efficient, unsettling, and profoundly disturbing in its lack of normal human reaction. Later that evening, I tried to talk to Eliza Montgomery about the hermit. Her smile was gentle, almost pity. "Alex, dear," she said, her voice soft as rose petals. "That old hermit is just a local bogeyman, a story we tell to keep the children from wandering too far into the deep woods. They have such vivid imaginations, don't they? Little Samira probably found that trinket herself and just embroidered a tale around it." She patted my arm. "Don't you worry your head about such fancies." But her pale blue eyes, as she said it, were sharp as ice, dissecting my reaction, searching for any lingering doubt. Marcus Reed, however, sought me out after Eliza had gone. his usual guarded expression replaced by one of genuine concern. "Don't buy all that bogeyman crap, Parker," he muttered, looking over his shoulder as if expecting to be overheard. "There is someone or something out there. Been leaving those damn carvings and gifts for years, and the kids who get 'em, they ain't always right afterwards." He hesitated. "Eliza, she knows more than she lets on. A lot more. Just watch your back, and watch the kids, especially Lucy Chen. She's different, like some of the others were before." Before what, he didn't say. He just shook his head and walked away, leaving me with a fresh cafe layer of dread. That night, sorting through some old camp brochures in a dusty storage closet for an upcoming activity roster, I found it. A tattered, hand-drawn map of the Camp Havenwood grounds and the surrounding Serpentine Ridge. It was clearly very old. The ink faded, the paper brittle. Most of it was standard topographical detail. But in one corner, deep within the marked wilderness area, near a barely discernible symbol for Viridian Creek source, someone had drawn a crude, almost childlike depiction of a solitary hunched figure standing beside a misshapen cabin. And next to it, in faint, spidery lettering, the words, "His hunger is old. He watches. He wakes. He takes." And disturbingly, the archaic symbol for the creek source on this old map was identical to the weeping eye I'd found carved into my own windowsill. The strange, chilling map of the Serpentine Ridge, with its ominous depiction of the hermit and his hunger, became a focal point for my growing anxieties. The subtle dread that had permeated Camp Havenwood since my arrival was now coalescing into a distinct, palpable fear. My past trauma, the one involving Lily and the deep woods, felt less like a shadow and more like a grim foreshadowing. I started to believe, with a certainty that terrified me, that this place, these rules, this hermit, were all threads in a tapestry far darker and more ancient than Eliza Montgomery, with her gentle smiles and evasive answers, would ever admit. Lucy Chen, in particular, seemed to be slipping further into a world of her own. Her bright curiosity was being replaced by a quiet, watchful intensity. Her sketchbook, once filled with charming drawings of camp life and forest creatures, now featured disturbing, intricate patterns, swirling vortexes, and unsettlingly detailed depictions of shadowed figures with elongated limbs and eyes that glowed with a faint, internal light. She'd often be found staring intently towards the deepest part of the woods, her lips moving silently, as if in conversation with someone only she could see. She spoke less, but when she did, it was often in riddles, or with a strange adult solemnity about the secrets the trees keep, and the songs the creek sings when no one is listening. Marcus Reed, saying my mounting concern, and perhaps sensing a kindred spirit in my unwillingness to accept the camp's superficial peace, became a more willing, if still cautious ally. "Eliza, she's from an old family around here," he told me one evening, as we sat by the dying embers of the campfire, long after the children were asleep. "The Montgomerys practically are Serpentine Ridge. They've run this camp or something like it on this land for, well, longer than anyone can rightly remember." He poked at the coals with a stick. "There's always been talk, whispers, about the old ways, about why Havenwood always seems to prosper, even when other camps struggle. About why some kids just seem to thrive here, get real intense, while others just fade." His voice dropped. "And why every few years a kid goes missing. Hiker, camper, doesn't much matter. Usually blamed on the wilderness. But the locals, they know better." He then admitted he'd been collecting things, oddments, snippets of information, hushed rumors, items left behind by previous counselors who, like the one whose notebook I'd found, had quit suddenly. He led me to his own cabin, more a cluttered den of hoarded secrets than a living space. And there, hidden beneath a loose floorboard, was his stash. A few more of those unsettling carved wooden figures, clearly very old. A tarnished silver locket containing a faded daguerreotype of a grim-faced woman who bore a striking resemblance to Eliza. A handful of newspaper clippings dating back decades, detailing unsolved disappearances in the Serpentine Ridge area. And most disturbingly, a thick, leather-bound ledger, its pages filled with spidery, archaic script. "Found this in the old root cellar beneath the main lodge," Marcus said, his voice low. "Eliza keeps it locked up tight, but the hinges rusted through last spring." The ledger was a chronicle, not of camp finances or attendance records, but of something far more sinister. It dated back to the late 1800s, to the founding of the original Montgomery homestead on this land. The early entries spoke of hardship, of failed crops, of a harsh, unforgiving wilderness. Then, a shift. Entries referencing the pact, the arrangement with the ancient slumberer of the ridge, the first tide, and then, chillingly, a recurring coded entry every few years, alongside a list of names, children's names. The pines were fed. The creek ran clear. The haven remains. The most recent entries, signed with a flowing EM, were more direct, less coded, speaking of maintaining the balance, of necessary offerings, of the whispers demanding their due. Lily Chen, the previous camper, was listed on the last legible page. And beside her name, a single, freshly penned checkmark. Another child, this one a boy named Noah, from a different cabin group, began exhibiting the same unsettling symptoms as Tom had earlier: night terrors, withdrawn behavior, and a newfound obsession with carving small crude figures from twigs and twigs, and scraps of wood. He claimed the man with eyes like moss had shown him how, had told him the figures would keep the sad whispers away. Eliza's response was swift, almost too swift. Noah was sent home within hours. A terse note to his parents, citing an acute and unmanageable homesickness. Late one evening, driven by a cold, desperate hunch, I watched Eliza Montgomery again. True to my suspicions, she took that barely visible, overgrown path leading from behind the mess hall, deep into the woods towards Viridian Creek, carrying a small canvas-wrapped bundle. This time, I followed, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. The path was more treacherous, more winding than I had imagined, leading to a secluded, almost hidden clearing, dominated by a circle of ancient, moss-covered standing stones, the kind I'd only ever read about in books on Celtic folklore. And in the center of the circle, directly beside the now murmuring Viridian Creek, was a crude, flat-topped altar stone, heavily stained with something dark. Eliza placed her bundle upon it, then began to chant, her voice low and rhythmic, in that same strange, guttural language I'd heard echoes of before. I couldn't understand the words, but the intent, the ancient, sacrificial reverence, was chillingly clear. I didn't dare stay longer, but as I retreated, I saw, or thought I saw, a movement at the edge of the clearing, a tall, gaunt figure merging with the shadows of the ancient pines. The hermit, and in his hand he seemed to be holding a small, freshly carved wooden doll. As I stumbled back to my cabin, my mind reeling, I found a new addition to my own porch. A single, perfectly preserved raven's feather, tied with a strand of what looked like human hair. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth. And something else. Something that reminded me, with a fresh stab of grief, of the incense they burned at Lily's memorial. The weight of the hidden ledger, with its chilling chronicle of tithes and offerings to the ancient slumberer of the ridge, pressed down on Alex Parker with an almost physical force. Lily Shen's name, with that fresh damning checkmark beside it, had been a ghost at the periphery of his thoughts. Now, with Noah's sudden removal and Lucy Chen's increasingly strange, trance-like behavior, her whispered conversations with an unseen friend in the pines, her obsessive drawings of a many-eyed entity emerging from Viridian Creek, the horrifying pattern was undeniable. Eliza Montgomery wasn't just a camp director adhering to quaint, unsettling traditions. She was a custodian of something ancient, something hungry, and something that demanded periodic, terrible sustenance. The summer solstice was fast approaching, a date Marcus Reed had flagged from his own fragmented research into local folklore as a historically significant time for old rituals in the Serpentine Ridge. The veil is thinnest then, they say, he'd muttered, his usual cynicism tinged with a rare, genuine fear, when the woods breathed differently. And as if to confirm his words, the phenomena at Camp Heavenwood intensified. The midday reddening of Viridian Creek became a violent boiling surge, its waters thick and opaque as arterial blood, the metallic stench almost unbearable. Carved wooden figures, more grotesque and numerous than before, appeared on every cabin porch, some depicting children in poses of supplication or terror. And the whispers were no longer confined to deep woods. They seemed to seep from the very walls of the cabins, from the sighing pines, even from the crackling static of the camp's old radio. Always calling, always promising, hungry. Then, on the eve of the solstice, Lucy Chen vanished from her bunk. Eliza Montgomery orchestrated a search, her public display of concern impeccable, her calls for calm authoritative. But Alex, watching her carefully, saw the flicker of something else in her pale blue eyes, a grim satisfaction, a ritualistic preparedness. This wasn't a search, it was a procession. Marcus, his face a mask of weary resignation, confirmed Alex's fears. "This is it," he said, his voice low. "This is how it always happens. The special one. The offering." The offering, driven by a desperate, almost suicidal resolve, fueled by the ghost of his own lost Lily, and the raw protective instinct that the innocence of Lucy Chen had awakened in him. Warnings. Decided to act. He wouldn't let another child be consumed by the secrets annotated at Serpentine Ridge. Marcus, after a moment of profound internal struggle, agreed to help. "I've stood by and watched too many times, Parker," he said, his voice thick with a guilt that mirrored Alex's own. Not this time. Following the almost invisible overgrown trail Alex had seen Eliza take, the one leading to the circle of standing stones, they plunged into the woods as a blood-red solstice moon began to rise, casting long, skeletal shadows through the ancient pines. The whispers were deafening here, a chorus of sibilant, inhuman voices promising power, peace, oblivion. Strange bioluminescent fungi pulsed with an eerie light on the forest floor, illuminating their path. They found the clearing, bathed in the sanguine glow of the solstice moon. Eliza Montgomery stood before the dark-stained altar stone, her arms raised, her voice now a resonant, almost hypnotic chant in that strange guttural language Alex had heard before. Lucy Chen lay on the altar, pale and still, seemingly in a deep trance. A single, perfect crimson rose, a flower not native to these woods, clutched in her small hand. Around the clearing, tethered to the standing stones, were dozens, perhaps hundreds, of those carved wooden figures, their tiny, unseeing eyes fixed on the unconscious child. The pact must be honored. Eliza's voice rose, ringing through the unnatural stillness of the clearing. The ancient slumberer demands its due. so that Heavenwood may endure, so that the ridge may grant its blessings. She is the chosen vessel, pure and receptive. Eliza, stop this madness, Alex yelled, stepping into the clearing. Marcus at his side, both of them gripping sturdy branches they'd picked up as makeshift weapons. Eliza turned, her face no longer the gentle, grandmotherly mask Alex knew, but a roaring, ecstatic visage of a high priestess, her eyes glowing with a reflected unnatural light. "Foolish boy," she hissed, her voice taking on the same multi-layered, whispering quality as the voices in the woods. "You cannot comprehend the balance, the necessity. For generations my family has tended this sacred grove, paid the price for peace and prosperity. She is not a sacrifice. She is an offering, a bridge between worlds." As she spoke, the very air in the clearing seemed to thicken, to vibrate with an unseen power. The shadows beneath the trees deepened, coalesced, and from them, a form began to emerge. Not the hermit Alex had half expected, but something far older, far more terrifying. It was a shifting, vaguely humanoid shape, composed of twisted roots, grasping branches, and countless, luminous, unblinking eyes that seemed to stare directly into Alex's soul. The forest entity, the ancient slumberer. Its presence was a wave of primal terror, crushing and absolute. Whispers swirled around it, promising untold knowledge, infinite sorrow. But just as Eliza raised a ceremonial obsidian-bladed knife over Lucy, another figure stumbled from the deepest shadows of the pines. Gaunt, ragged, his skin like weathered bark, his eyes burning with a desperate, sorrowful light. It was Daniel Montgomery, the hermit, Eliza's lost brother. He was no longer entirely human, his form subtly intertwined with the very essence of the woods he inhabited. But his will, it seemed, was still his own. "Sister, no more," Daniel rasped, his voice like the creak of ancient trees. "The price, it is too high. The woods, they weep for these stolen children." He held out a gnarled hand, and from it, a soft, silvery light began to emanate. He was not just a victim of the forest. He had, in his long isolated communion, learned some of its deeper, older secrets. Secrets even Eliza, in her hubris, had overlooked. The forest entity recoiled slightly from the silver light, its myriad eyes narrowing in something that looked like surprise, or perhaps pain. The final confrontation for Lucy Chen's soul, and for the cursed heart of Camp Heavenwood, had begun. The clearing became a battleground of unseen forces and desperate human courage. Eliza Montgomery, her face contorted with rage at her brother's intervention, shrieked in that ancient, guttural tongue, urging the forest entity forward. The many-eyed horror responded, its shadowy tendrils of root and branch lashing out, the whispers in the air intensifying into a psychic assault that battered Alex and Marcus, filling their minds with images of their deepest fears and failures. Alex saw Lily, his sister, her eyes accusing, lost in an endless, burning forest. Marcus stumbled, clutching his head, relieving some unspoken trauma from his own past military service. But Daniel Montgomery stood firm, his gnarled hand still radiating that soft, protective silver light. It wasn't an aggressive force, but it seemed to create a barrier, a sanctuary of sorts, that held the entity's direct physical manifestations at bay, at least momentarily. "The ridge remembers its true guardian, sister," Daniel said, his voice gaining a strange, resonant strength. "Not those who would bleed it for power, but those who understand its heart." He took a stumbling step towards the altar. "He's trying to break the link," Alex realized, shaking off the last vestiges of the entity's psychic attack. "The offering, Lucy, she's the focal point. Marcus, we have to get her out of that circle." While Eliza screamed inarticulate curses, distracted by her brother's unexpected defiance, Alex and Marcus charged the altar. The carved wooden figures tethered to the standing stones seemed to writhe, their tiny wooden eyes glinting with malevolent red light, the air around them thick with the scent of decay and fear. One of the entity's shadowy tendrils, quicker than thought, whipped out, catching Marcus across the arm, sending him sprawling with a cry of pain. Alex reached Lucy. She was still in that deep, unnatural trance, the crimson rose clutched tightly in her hand, its thorns already drawing tiny pinpricks of blood. As Alex tried to lift her, the ground beneath the altar stone began to glow with that same sickly green light Hyde seen from deeper in the woods. And a low, powerful thrumming, like a giant heartbeat, resonated up through his boots. The entity was drawing power from her, from the offering. "Why the silver?" Daniel gasped, struggling against a wave of psychic pressure that made him stagger. "The roots. The old roots run deep beneath this stone. They drink the silver from the deep earth. It can sever." Alex understood. The silver light Daniel was channeling wasn't just a protective ward. It was anathema to the entity if applied directly to its connection point. But Daniel was weakening, the effort of holding back the full force of the elder thing, and his sister's rage clearly taking its toll. "Lucy! Lucy, wake up!" Alex shouted, gently shaking the girl. Her eyelids fluttered. He saw the obsidian knife in Eliza's hand, saw her lunging towards them, her face a mask of insane fury. There was no time. With a desperate prayer, Alex snatched the tarnished silver locket Marcus had shown him, the one with the daguerreotype of the grim-faced Montgomery ancestor. From around his own neck, Marcus had pressed it into his hand earlier, muttering something about old family silver sometimes has its own say. He didn't know if it would work, but it was all he had. He pressed the cold silver of the locket hard against the base of the altar stone, directly onto one of the thick, pulsating root-like tendrils that seemed to be anchoring it to the earth, the very spot from which the unnatural thrumming seemed strongest. The effect was instantaneous and violent. A piercing, inhuman shriek ripped through the clearing, louder than any thunder. The silver locket glowed with an intense, white-hot light, burning Alex's hand. The root-like tendril beneath it recoiled as if struck by lightning, then began to blacken and char, smoke pouring from it with the stench of 1,000 burning, bitter herbs. The thrumming ceased. The glowing symbols on the ground faded. The forest entity let out a sound that was less a roar and more a drawn-out, rattling sigh of immense ancient pain, its many-eyed form flickering, then rapidly receding back into the deepest shadows of the pines, as if its anchor to this place, to this specific offering, had been violently severed. Eliza Montgomery collapsed, the obsidian knife clattering uselessly to the ground, her borrowed power draining away from her like water from a sieve. She looked suddenly old, frail, her eyes wide with a dawning, horrified understanding of what she had done, what she had lost. Daniel Montgomery, with a final weary sigh, sank to his knees, the silver light around him sputtering and dying. He looked at Alex, a faint, almost peaceful smile touching his ravaged features before his eyes closed. Lucy Chen gasped, her eyes flying open, no longer vacant, but filled with a child's pure, unadulterated terror. Alex scooped her up, his burned hand throbbing, and he and Marcus, who was clutching his bleeding arm, stumbled out of the desecrated clearing, leaving the fallen Eliza and the still form of her brother behind. The solstice moon now beginning its slow descent towards a pale, indifferent dawn. The whispers in the pines had, for now, fallen silent. In the chaotic aftermath, as a weak gray sun rose over a traumatized Camp Havenwood, the official story began to take shape with an almost practiced efficiency. A freak localized earthquake had apparently struck the Serpentine Ridge, causing minor structural damage to the camp, and a regrettable, tragic hiking accident involving the camp director Eliza Montgomery, and her long-lost, mentally unwell brother Daniel, both of whom were now presumed lost in the rugged wilderness. Lucy Chen, along with a few other children who had wandered off during the confusion, were found by Alex and Marcus, frightened but unharmed. Norza Holloway, stoic and unreadable, administered sedatives and platitudes. The camp was closed down immediately, pending a full safety review. The truth, like so many things in those ancient woods, was quickly, efficiently buried. Alex Parker returned to a world that no longer looked the same. The vibrant colors of city life seemed muted. The cacophony of urban noise, a pale imitation of the silence he now sometimes craved, sometimes feared. The guilt over his sister Lily's death hadn't vanished, but it had shifted. He had faced a different kind of darkness in those woods, fought a different kind of monster, and he had, in some small way, saved a child. It wasn't absolution, not by a long shot, but it was something. He found he could finally look at Lily's photograph without the same crushing weight of despair. Marcus Reed, true to his word, quit Havenwood for good. He and Alex kept in touch, a bond forged in shared terror and unspoken truths. Marcus eventually wrote a thinly veiled fictional account of their experiences, a cult-hit horror novel that some critics praised for its unflinching psychological realism and its hauntingly authentic depiction of Appalachian folklore. None of them knew how close to the bone it truly was. Lucy Chen, after a period of intense therapy, seemed to recover, at least outwardly. She rarely spoke of her time at Camp Havenwood, but her childhood passion for drawing took a new, more focused turn. She began to create stunningly detailed, achingly beautiful, yet deeply unsettling charcoal sketches of ancient forests, of trees with faces, of shadowed figures with luminous eyes, a work imbued with a wisdom and a sorrow far beyond her years. Her parents, attributing it to a vivid imagination sparked by her ordeal, encouraged her talent, unaware of the true source of her inspiration. As for Alex, he eventually went back to teaching, but not in a traditional school. He found work at a wilderness therapy program for troubled teens, using the quiet strength and resilience he discovered within himself in the Serpentine Ridge to help others navigate their own internal forests. He never forgot the whispers in the pines, the Crimson Creek, or the oppressive weight of the forest entity. He knew, with a certainty that settled deep in his bones, that such ancient things didn't truly die. They merely slept, waiting for the right conditions, the right invitation, the right offering to stir once more. Years later, while hiking alone in a remote section of the Blue Ridge Mountains, hundreds of miles from West Virginia, Alex stumbled upon a small, almost forgotten clearing. At its center stood a circle of weathered, moss-covered stones. There was no altar, no overt sign of past rituals. But the air was a little too still, the silence a little too profound. And nestled at the base of the largest stone, as if left there just moments before, was a small, freshly carved wooden figure of a child, its tiny wooden eyes staring up at him with an unnerving, blank entreaty. He didn't burn it. He didn't keep it. He simply turned and walked away. The faint, almost inaudible scent of old roses and damp earth clinging to him, a reminder that some secrets once unearthed could never truly be reburied. The woods, he knew, always remembered, and sometimes they still whispered. This time, however, he chose not to listen too closely. Camp Havenwood holds its secrets deep beneath the pines. Alex Parker learned that some traditions are more ancient and more hungry than any brochure would tell you. The rules were just a fragile shield against the true nature of the ridge. The harvest is over for now. Seriously, if you didn't stay until the very end, you missed the final chilling detail, the twist that reveals the true, ongoing price of entering Camp Havenwood, The last few moments will leave you looking differently at the woods. What do you think the forest entity is? What became of Eliza and Daniel Montgomery? Share your theories in the comments below. And if you made it through the summer at Havenwood, if the wood